Hello, Natu. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Great start of the tournament for you. Was there anything surprising coming from Maestro?
No, I think we are really prepared, and we're also big favorites. It's a mix, and we just, I think we just like not own them, but like they were full shocked on the server. Like we just played one of our best games, and they couldn't do a lot, I think.
As you said, you were favorites, but isn't it hard to prepare against mixes? Isn't it at least harder than preparing against established teams?
I think I prefer playing against established teams, but mixes, it's just about playing your game, your A game, and you just go into it and you play with your game and you're confident, and it would be good.
Yeah. Were you surprised or maybe happy that you got to play Train in competitive BO1?
A bit surprised, but I feel like now we are confident on the map. We're not really that confident some weeks ago, but we did a boot camp, and also during like the major qualifier, we had good talks on how to approach the map, and also like fix some mistakes and stuff. And I think now we're pretty confident playing it.
Do you feel like it will be more usual with the Train in the pool, that teams are not going to be scared to play on it, and it will be more usual map to see?
Yeah, especially against maybe underdogs, because it's kind of new map. So the new teams or like the mixes, they think they will have a chance because it's everyone starts from zero, right? And not everyone has a lot of experience on it. And also it's a totally new map compared to the old one on CSGO. So I think against underdogs, you should be ready to play it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. 500, your next opponent, is one of the favorites of the tournament. Do you feel the same, and how familiar are you with them?
We are really familiar with them, as we lost 2 times against them, but they recently badged their best player, and so we are pretty confident. We don't underestimate them, but we are pretty confident coming into them.
But I had to ask, do you feel like best of 3 would be better for you for this match? Because best of 1 against this team can be kind of a flip.
Yeah, that's true. It can be kind of a flip, but I think like they're playing best of 1s against like teams, you know, it's better because you have more opportunities to play your best map against them. Where in best of 3, they can just ban one of your best maps if they don't have a veto, and then it can be hard playing on other maps. So I think like it's cool to play them in best of 1.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the match.
Thank you. See you.
Hello, Popov. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. For the start of the tournament, you played Valkyries in your first match. With their coach stepping in, was the match complicated for you in any way?
No, I think not at all. Like, we knew we were going to win.
Yeah, and how did you feel about the news when you knew they are going to play without IGL? Was it hard to keep your focus on the match, because then it looked like it is more one-sided for you as well?
I don't think it changed anything, like our view on the game or nothing. We just wanted to play, and that's it.
Do you personally feel like your team may struggle to keep focus against outsiders, because there is a lot of these matches in qualifications in early rounds of the tournaments? What are you doing specifically to keep the focus up?
Well, we just try to play our game and not overthink stuff.
So it is better for you just to play against outsiders than against favorites then?
I don't think it matters. It just depends on us playing our game and not leaving any gaps.
Okay, now you are against one of the biggest favorites of the tournament by Tipsport odds. It is better for you to play them in a best of one where you can upset them?
I think we're big fans of best of ones, not recently though, but we'll just try to do our best and get the win back, because last time they beat us 13-7, I think.
Yeah, you might be the first one who said that you are a fan of best of ones. Why is that so?
Because we're more of an explosive team that likes to have the tempo. If we start really good, like, it's just going good for us.
Okay, and other than ENCE, who do you consider to be another tough opponent for you in this tournament?
Let me think. Give me 1 second. I think Navi Junior and Fnatic are quite good opponents.
So you feel like it is better for you to maybe let these opponents through and not play the best of threes against them, or do you just want to speedrun this first stage?
I think whatever happens, happens. Like, we're just here to play.
Okay, thank you for the interview and good luck for the matches and for the whole tournament.
Thank you, thank you. See ya.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket Aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Today we separate the men from the boys as we watch the winners of their initial best of ones and see who can make their way to the qualification 2-0 matches. My name is Luba. I'm joined by Pronogo. We will be your casters for these best of ones. Pronogo, how are you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well, Yuba. It's good to be back. It's good to see the winners matches up ahead. Of course, these are still best of ones, but we're getting them out of the way lickety-split today because for the foreseeable future, not tomorrow, but there's a little bit of a gap in the schedule. But when we come back for Tipsport Conquest of Prague, will be all best of threes, which I'm very much looking forward to. You know, we want to see where this tournament's going to go and also just where it's been. I mean, you remember that we're all fighting for VRS points, but also that juicy spot at the LAN over in Prague. Definitely going to be an awesome moment.
Yeah, we heard all the players. They all want to go to LAN. They want to feel the atmosphere, of course, at the Vodafone Arena. And, of course, we're going to see how this tournament goes, or rather the overview of the tournament. We start at the Swiss stage, and we're currently on day 4. Later on, the top 8 teams are going to play the deciders. And lastly, from the 30th of May, LAN playoffs to see who will be the conquerors of Prague. The thing is, I have to say, we casted day number 1 when Dynamo Eklat lost. They won their other match, so they still have a chance to be the protectors of Prague and not let anybody conquer it, which is something I see as a pretty interesting storyline, of course.
Yeah, big time. I mean, just looking at the fact that Dynamo Eklat roster, obviously they are the Czech representatives. They managed to bag a win over Imperial Valkyries in that second round. And now they are going to be up in there in that little midsection waiting for whoever their next opponent is going to be. And part of that is us deciding it right here and right now, right? You think about how many best of ones are yet to be played. We're in that upper stage. It's ENCE versus 500 to kick us off. And you can see the rest of the Swiss stages. Everybody's familiar with them from the majors. So definitely looking forward to seeing the matches today. But it's worth pointing out those hometown heroes, they are still alive.
Yeah, they're still alive. They're going to be in the 1-1 bracket. And we already know which teams are going to be fighting for survival. 9, definitely somebody we didn't expect to be in those 0-2 matches, fighting already to just stay alive in this tournament. And it is quite unforgiving when everything starts with best of ones, because we know that some of the teams would have probably liked it better if had they played best of 3s and maybe had a bigger chance to kind of make an upset or maybe fix the errors of their ways they made, of course, in the opening maps they played. Only 2 maps and you're already in a situation where you need to fight for survival. Not the best thing, but on the plus side, today we will be casting some teams that maybe in their next match, which will be a best of 3, will have a chance to qualify to the decider matches.
Yeah, and it's interesting looking at the schedule ahead for the tournament that pretty much as soon as this opening round concludes, the players and the teams that go super deep into this squad and then they don't qualify 3-0, but they qualify 3-2 out of the Swiss stage, we're talking about them having to play the very next day for deciding whether or not they're going to be in the LAN. Whereas if somebody like ENCE, beats 500 in this opening match, if Fnatic go through Cubix, if all of the favorites go through and then they end up qualifying 3-0, well, they're going to have a lot of time to prepare for those deciders. It's going to be a very different complexion.
Yeah, not just that. If you go 3-0, you, of course, get on paper a weaker opponent for the LAN, and that's something that you really need to count on in the fact that when you're playing that qualification best of 3, we kind of called it the quarterfinals, which I think is kind of fitting given that it's going to be a top 8 qualification match for the LAN. You want to get the easier opponents so you can go to the LAN playoffs and kind of everything will be a bit smoother there. For at the very least, at least you're on LAN, you're going to get a chance to play 2 best of 3s. Of course, we saw today's schedule, but we're going to check out what is ahead of us when it comes to match number 1, or rather map number 1, given that we're playing only best of 1s today. I mean, all of the matches are interesting, but I would say that we're coming up pretty explosive with 500 against ENCE. That'll be our starting match, and we'll see the picks and the bans, which map will be played in this very interesting game. 500, they had a bit of an easier job playing Imperial Valkyries in that first match they played, but now coming up against ENCE, it's not going to be an easy job whatsoever. The map they will be playing will be Ancient. What do you got to say about that?
Well, I was predicting Anubis going into the day here, talking about the sort of win rates, obviously the experience on the map. Technically, ENCE has more games played on Anubis, but I feel like ENCE overall has a competitive amount of games played compared to 500. If we contrast the two teams, 500 has beaten ENCE recently in recent history. They did 2-0 them in a best of 3 last time they played. And not to say it was necessarily an easy series, but it on paper looks like 500 should be maybe stylistic favorites. But then you remember ENCE is, of course, the favorite overall, for one of the favorites for the whole tournament, realistically speaking. And on top of that, you got to think that this is a best of 1. Anything could happen, Luba. So I'm looking at the way that ENCE's roster is shaken up. SDY has been performing lights out lately. He is the carry of the squad. You get to see the little, what would you say, Renaissance era paintings almost?
Medieval Renaissance, something like that.
We like this little art style here. It's a nice little flavor. These are meant to be the conquerors of Prague, potentially. They are the favorites to do it. But they've been struggling a little bit. And obviously they lost to Navi Jr. earlier in the Yala Compass in the space. We're looking at the 500 roster by comparison. We look at them and we think, okay, these guys obviously have a head-to-head against ENCE. But overall, I don't know that they're going to be able to match their firepower. Oxygen's been playing well. Rainwaker, obviously his brief stint over in Team Liquid, he's been rocking okay. Same you could say for Red Star, who's standing in. Cirque, yet to find impact, realistically speaking. So I'm looking at this squad thinking they are the underdogs in the matchup, no doubt. But it is a best of 1. We heard from the coach of 500 that he actually prefers best of 1s, generally speaking. They might have had a rough run of form in those particular formats recently, but overall, they do perform upsets when given the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Red Star is going to bring to the table, simply given that, you had Ships who statistically was really good for 500 in some previous matches, and 500 really had a good run of form for a while. Let's not talk about, of course, the allegations that came in. It's not the time and place for that, but they have had a really good run of form. Coming to the MRQ, you expected them to have something to say about that. The MRQ didn't go so well, and it seems to be like a downward spiral for them at this particular moment. So I'm really worried if they don't perform in this competition either, to see what's going to happen with this team, what's going to happen with, we can say, this new roster. They have a lot to prove, and beating ENCE, even though it's a best of one, I think that's going to be a statement of intent when it comes to this competition.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down about this particular head-to-head matchup. And with the way that best of ones work, we might not have time to hit every single note. But I am really looking forward to whether Cirque can return to his run of form. We do have our TipSport odds here with our betting partners, and we can see this is some of the steepest odds that we've actually seen in our days of commentary here on this tournament. I mean, ENCE looking as heavy favorites, and look at that, under 20.5 rounds on the map. Yeah, that's pretty sizable as well. Basically expecting some kind of blowout in favor of the favorites. So, realistically speaking, I do think that overall ENCE are the favorite. ENCE are going to take this match. It's on Ancient, and that's a matchup that is a bit more even for this particular sort of head-to-head. But 500, while they have a puncher's chance, they do need to see more impact from their AWPer, even on a map like Ancient where you can be a bit more retake heavy. The sniper is really the first line of defense on CT side. When we think about those B site holds, it starts with an opening pick on the CT side, and then the T's get creative. Then the T's, under the leadership, the tutelage of Glaive, and of course NKJ, the coach of ENCE, they are going to have plenty of time getting onto the site. It looks like we're about ready to get started with this first half, so I'm very much looking forward to it, Yuba.
Day number 4 of TipSport Conquest of Prague is soon to get underway. Match and map number 1 is ENCE against 500. TipSport is telling us that this should be a quick one. Let's see if the boys from Bulgaria can show us that it's not, that they still have a little bit more fuel to run on, and they can fight shoulder to shoulder against ENCE. Of course, it is going to be a hard-fought battle for them as they are coming in as outsiders in the pistol round and start on CT side. In this, we can say, a well-balanced map. So even though whatever happens in this first half might not give us the full picture of the entire match.
I love that ENCE have elected to start on the CT side, and SDY, he'll open us up. Rainwaker's hit the deck already. It looks like it will be an A lean throughout the donut. Some utility coming out. SDY, you got to be good for more. It seems like that. Natu's nearby, and look at that, running straight through the smoke. Glaive just causing chaos. He ends up taking ahead of his own, and it looks like Red Star's the last man standing. Soon he falls. Wow, almost flawless from ENCE, and even though it got pretty crazy pretty quick.
Took them a lot of time to get a frag or two, and that's what halted 500 in their conquest of the A-bomb side. Did not happen this time. Had they had the pincer of the guy in A main that fell down first, would have been maybe a different story. Rainwaker died, and SDY survived as long as he could, which of course helped with the rotations, and the rotations were on time, which got ENCE to, we can say, a quick and simple pistol round, which of course they're going to want to convert right now only against Glocks.
Yeah, no bomb plant, no force buy. Simple as. 500 going to have to deal with that the slow and steady way, almost taking this as an extended timeout. Of course, making sure to drain their opponents of util. ENCE don't have that much to speak of. It's mostly just flashbangs they'll use to go for more aggressive peaks with their SMGs if necessary. Last time we saw Glaive in this tournament, remember, he had a miraculous 1 versus 3 on the B-bomb side of Train. Yeah. See if he has need for any such antics, as it was the thing that seemed to deflate Maestro back in the day. 500 on the other end. Hope to not be deflated. They are going to charge forward. It's going to be a shooting gallery for Natu. Good sprays, good discipline. Pody will finish it up. No eco ace for him, but at the end of the day, that's as quick as you like. And you really want to see Natu come together here as a secondary rifle support for none other than SDY. He can't be the only carry, right?
Absolutely. As we saw Natu do some nice things, of course, during his time here at ENCE for quick frags. He did struggle with the first one a little bit. Of course, that didn't make really much of a difference. And we can see the TipSport odds as well about Pody. Will he be able to get more than 15 kills? Ooh. The odds are even for that, so we'll see, of course, if somebody can get their money's worth on those statistics as well. On the full buy is the side of 500. A bonus round for ENCE, as they have still 2 SMGs and that one FAMAS. A plethora of utilities still at their disposal. And this is a lean towards the B-bomb site. SDY and Nate, you could be in trouble. Glaive falls, and this is big trouble for the side of ENCE as Red Star takes down 3 heads. Kaspersky falls as well, and Potty's going to get taken out. And this is a statement for the new player on the side of 500.
Yeah, those are really impactful kills in Red Room. If he doesn't end up getting at least one there, the whole round could potentially fall apart. The rotations can come back. The sort of retake of mid, if you want to call it that ENCE were doing there with the incendiary, with multiple rifles trained on the spot, that feels like that should have been ENCE territory after the initial flow. We'll see a little bit of a replay here coming through. Red Star opens up to Donut, then ends up doubling up onto these frags in Red Room. Those are so impactful. Stand in, standing tall.
Oh, yeah. He's doing well, and he's feeling quite well after that round. We might expect a change of pace as Glaive is taken down to 5 HP. Red Star is low as well, but they have the control they need at the moment. And with these smaller guns on the side of ENCE, now that they've lost their captain, they have to rethink their strategy. Do they even want to commit to this round?
Well, they're certainly toying with it. Red Star stood in the fire to almost take Glaive out of the picture early. The nade sails on through, and that's it. Nail in the coffin for Captain of ENCE. SDY, he's pushing up. Red Star's very low, remember. Oh, but he doesn't flick onto him in time. It's all Captain HU, who is good for the first 2. Oh! Persky, he'll gonna go ahead and stuff Cirque. All right, suddenly Spellin, the IGL of 500, is in a 1-on-2, and he is just bitten off way more than he can chew. Very quick retake for ENCE's 3rd.
They needed to get to the quick retake. Even with these fast frags, it was down to the wire. Will they defuse? They got the 3rd round in a situation where you might expect them to disengage, and Nate used the one that started it all. Had he not found that first frag, put it down on a 4-on-4, it would have been a completely different picture, I would say.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a humongous change of pace there if any of the frags go the way of 500 players. But Nate, with this lurk, he ends up coming all the way around, and he backs up SDY, who only had the SMG, the premium rifle, really sounding off there for ENCE. And that's what we wanted to see out of the French rifler, so more in the story to be told. Spellin is trying to take some of that control towards the cave. Pretty default positioning here. It's not decided where 500 are going to end up in round number 5, but they are back onto rifles, the only compromise being the Galil for Rainwaker.
Oh, bit of a tag down on oxygen. Just chip damage. Felt 64 HP, still battle ready, and Cirque is gonna have a lot of work to do here. Good for 1, and a 2-for-1 trade for ENCE. I'd say they're pretty happy about that, but they still have this map to read, and 500 is the one that, with that 1 frag, they got a little bit more room to work with. The question is, Pronogo, where the hell is the bomb?
Yeah, unfortunately, Cirque had it, and so it wasn't spotted when he was fragged. Rainwaker at least upgrades his Galil after taking the head of SDY. So now we're back into a 3-on-3. Remember, ENCE kind of face-checked that door. Good one-and-done position from Potty. Immediately traded by Spell, and that's important. Red Star, obviously, the star stand-in will recover the bomb. 2-on-2. For my money right now, Kaspersky got a lot to work with here.
Oh, good first shot, takes down Spellin, and he knows Red Star is close. Now he knows his position and will take him out as well. As ENCE takes these rounds that could go either way, those 50-50 matchups at certain points going their way, it's something that is needed to be considered. Those are the rounds that kind of win you matches, and Glaive's timing was good enough to take down Oxygen. That kind of changed the complexion of this round. Now, when the timer was low, there was little that 500 could do, especially with Kaspersky popping off as he did. 5-1 currently, and Pody is starting quite well as Oxygen goes down. Tech9's in the hands of the Bulgarian boys, and again a lean towards the B-bomb side with one player on elbow, but Red Star is decapitated, and Kaspersky once more. That's going to cost him his head.
And that felt a little bit too ambitious, but SDY will clean up. Remember, that's Rainwaker with such little health, so SMG ideal for fragging that. See what kind of upgrades they want to end up going for here on the CT side. Ents, comfortable lead so far. Remember, Tipsport had those extra odds in favor of Ents, also saying that this map would probably end up being a blowout, that there would be under, I believe, 15 rounds to be played. Those little side bets that you can do, like Potty having 15 or more kills.
Yeah, there's somebody
That's
in the
an
world.
interesting angle. Even if you think 500 are going to lose, even if you're not sure about like who you want to bet on for the victor, you can do those side bets too, and that does end up providing a little bit of extra, just a little bit of extra something to get excited for. You can start really paying attention to those stats.
Hey,
when Potty's being used.
You want those extra odds, maybe to bump up a few numbers when you're making your bets. First back on a buy is the side of 500. AKs and An1 Galil, as Red Star needs a few more pieces of utility for his team. They're not going to try and take mid that fast. Again, a lean towards the B-bomb side, trying to take ramp, but Ents was quite good in answering this aggression. Might get a chance to do so again, but Kaspersky is going to be careful now. Oxygen saw a player towards long. That's going to be a smoke thrown towards ramp. And status quo for now, only shooting through the walls and hoping to get some damage. Nothing more than that before this B-split starts.
Yeah, this is pretty stock standard from 500. They were hoping for a little bit more damage, but Ents not giving them a thing. 3 players now cheating towards mid for the defenders. SDY will actually take the full peek. It's only Red Star on the side of 500 to directly contest this, and he actually turns his back, almost gets decapitated for it. That smoke obviously not going to be useful whatsoever for the T's. Instead, they're going to execute onto the site, and look at that, 2 quick headshots. Circ and Oxygen allowing 500 to enter in, and Pody not able to multi-frag, not able to get the benefit of the bomb planter. It will get punched in, and through the smoke, the last of Ents' players are going to fall. Natu needs to tuck tail and get out of there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do so as the hunt has begun. 2 players on 2 sizes. Natu needs to fight if he wants to save this gun. Oxygen's just waiting for him. Flash falls, but the Bulgarians are everywhere. You can't really run away from them. You need to take heads, and so he does. 3 kills in quick succession. Missed Molly will keep him alive just for now, but there's still plenty of room or plenty of time left on the bomb if they want to hunt him, but they've lost so many guns trying to take out this one, and Natu is going to have his chance to survive. This AK will be transferred to the next round. Much needed for Ents, because look at the cash. It's all right, but it's not perfect.
I guarantee you Glaive is in there going, Natu, you're insane, bro. It's just, it's crazy that he's able to actually hold that and not end up going down to multiple players. It kind of tells you that even Red Star was a little shaky on peeking. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to bother swinging into you. Not after that. AK will be dropped over. Looks like our French rifler is off to a flying start so far in Ancient. Fragging out well, despite 500 taking the round win.
Maybe somebody should have bet on him to get more than 15 frag, because he's well on his way to doing so. Spellon takes down Kaspersky. That's a +1 for 500. He wants more, chipped to 8 HP, and Potty will finish him off, but not without at least a little bit of damage. Oxygen uses his timing to get a foothold onto the site. And this is going to be a messy round for what we can expect, because he's making so much noise and his teammates could just walk towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah, this is a funny position here. Oxygen obviously has a decent amount of threat. He can backstab at any point. Spellon's opening kill ended up providing a massive advantage to 500. Their T's are already crawling over the A-bomb site. And look at that. They wait for the pick. It's just going to sell it even further. He could kill Potty here with the shadow advantage, and does. It's down to SDY and Natu, who are just crawling around the B-bomb site. It's totally the wrong call. That one AK able to do so much damage. And now they got to think about it. They recover the AWP. It's going to be an end save, as that's a third for 500. And in an impressive fashion, it really is just a downstream effect of one kill.
Yep. Oxygen did his part. Of course, as you said, Spellin started it all. That made Ents rotate. That made Ents change their positions, and Oxygen used that to his advantage.
All I'm going to say is Spellin has 3 kills, 500 have 3 rounds.
Yes.
You don't need to worry too much about fragging department if every time you get a frag, you're able to leverage that into a round win.
On average,
We'll see if that can continue on, you know.
5-3 after 8 rounds played, as 500 is fighting back. Oxygen whipping them back into this match with that hold of a site they had no intention of taking. Of course, we can see the replays, but this is the one that matters. Taking down 2 guys, and even though he fell right after that, he knew he did his part, he knew he did his job, and he knew he did enough in the end for his team to take the round. Ends on a very shoddy buy. 3 SMGs in their hands, the op on Potty and SDY with the AK. They're gonna hope they can do something, but they might get run down as Glaive is good for 1. SDY playing around the site, but he gets taken down as well. Kaspersky next on the chopping block, or maybe a chance to make a play as he takes down 1. Still more rotations comes in. The cavalry is arriving, but the cavalry is taken out. It's a 1 versus 1 against Red Star and Potty. 1 click of his mouse could win him the round, and that 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, Potty already done very well. Bring it into a one-on-one immediately. A very chaotic round. And as Noise gets cut, Potty actually starts to wonder maybe he can get ahead of a rotation here. I don't think he wants to go. Yeah, he's not going all the way back to the other bomb site, of course. He just wants to wrap around and see if he can sneak through cave. Red Star has no immediate idea of what's happening. Potty has Overwatch in case there is an egress. It's really interesting how there's so much tension in the room, but the players are nowhere near each other. They don't know that. Red Star was 2 pistol clicks away from death. He's going to drop the smoke and the bomb. Yeah, about 40 seconds to detonation here, as it looks like Potty is going to start making noise. Red Star doesn't know exactly where it is, but he's in a safe angle.
Yeah, he wishes now that he had some utility to work with. Nothing at his disposal, while Red Star has another smoke. After he threw one already, he picked one up, and he saw, maybe he didn't, from the angle I thought maybe he saw Potty. Now Red Star has all the time to just wait out this clock, as Potty will need to stick this as soon as possible. Red Star now knows this round is won, and the 1v1 goes into his favor. It's a 1-round advantage only for Ents.
Good to see some signs of resistance from 500. It looked like a comfortable lead for Ents at one point. Now here we are. Gap closing. Some very nice frags from Cirque. Rare sight on this 500 lineup ever since his departure from Bleed. So happy to see that he's performing well in this map so far. Of course, we saw plenty of action from Red Star earlier in the map. He is the final player to get them over the finish line there on the 4th round victory. So at this point, I mean, we could actually be in for a pretty early days situation. Are we going to see an even Steven scoreline going into the second half? That's what I want to know.
That's a big question for this, because we are expecting a fight, especially with what we've seen from 500 so far as they bounce back, it would seem. Ents seem to have a convincing lead, and not only that, a hold over this map that seems a lot weaker now when 500 has chained already a few rounds, and now Ents only on that 1 rifle. Potty didn't even take the op. That would have maybe have been useful. Now with pistols and SMG and only then 1 AK, they're gonna hope to find something. SDY, aggressive position, Oxygen punishes Glaive. We've seen the Dane do that before. Go through the smoke on ramp. This time, a T is waiting for him to take his head. +1, 500.
I like that Ents picked the CT side to start, because I think on Ancient you have a unique proposition to really set the pace of the map. And if you post up enough round wins, if you end up winning the CT half, well, 500 would be in maybe feeling a little bit foolish for vetoing it the way that they did and ending up on this map. But as it stands right now, Glaive, his strategies are not exactly working immediately. 500 look good for conversion here. Natu is going to try to frag. He does. Oxygen drops. His movement so tricky, so slippery, the Frenchman.
That seemed really good, really difficult from the position of Oxygen. When Bodhi is going to get taken out. Nothing done with that SMG, and now one player on each site for the side of ENCE, but this might be a miscall from SDY as he's left the main position. Nate, you can't really do anything. Seems like a tied score line is in the cards. Maybe the next frag can go to the side of ENCE and they can think about it. Consider trying to get to the site, but as Nate falls, nothing done. SDY will take an AK, maybe a chance to save it for the next round, but 500 are tying up the score line. And ENCE don't seem to be such clear favorites as it seemed at the beginning.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Remember, 6 for 6 could be the final score line here. It could even be 500 narrowly winning the half, which I'm not going to say spells disaster, especially on a map like Ancient where the Ts can be so creative, and we have seen Glaive call successful T-sides on plenty of maps so far. But it does feel like maybe ENCE are running out of ideas kind of late into the first half. 2 rounds left to play. And, you know, really what this comes down to is, I know it's easy to look foolish when you just walk through a smoke, you get fragged. But functionally speaking, the inability to trade through that smoke, you know, there were players nearby. And even still, in the late stages of this round, you could have actually had some good value here if you went for Natu and SDY kind of linking up together, evict Red Star from Red Room, but doesn't end up happening.
Didn't happen for ENCE as they take on another bye. We'll see what that gives them. If they lose this round, we could expect 500 to be in the lead at the half. Not something we could have predicted. Spellin takes shots through the smoke, but Glaive already abandoned that position. Got up to heaven. Spellin will use that, and Glaive made a step. Spellin uses that to his advantage and takes Kaspersky down to 6 HP. Oxygen now going forward for ramp, and this is going to be an easy frag. Not so easy. Kaspersky, another kill for himself, even though he was very low. +1 for ENCE, but can they maintain it?
Well, how about +2? Because Red Star's looking pretty wounded. It's him and Cirque down at the bottom of B ramp, and well, SDY still putting on a clinic in mid. No chance for you to get through him. Well, I say that. Rainwaker does adjust nicely. Fumbles the spray, so SDY will end up falling. There's still so many players in the right spots, though. ENCE have definitely identified their weak points here. And despite Glaive getting bamboozled by Spellin earlier, Kaspersky was able to salvage that frag towards Cave. If that doesn't happen, well, this is a 500 round all day and night. With Natu lurking through mid, he could crunch on the bomb, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Rainwaker with such low HP, he turns at the worst possible time, but Red Star does have a frag elsewhere. If he doesn't hightail it, okay, he does dodge the nade. Oh, he almost ends up making it more playable, but in this 1-on-2 with 22 points of health, I think we can call it over. 10 seconds on the clock, not enough time. He'll save.
Yep. He didn't have anything else to do with so little time, given how he did have some really impactful rounds in the past, of course, during this map. Had he had more time, he probably would have went for it, especially given the streak 500 have had up to this point. Hence, ensuring at least a tied score line at the half, and so close to taking down Kaspersky. That would have been an impactful frag, definitely so, and would have changed the complexion of this round. Now it's completely different, and again, ENCE in the lead. 500 unable to take their lead, take an advantage. At least not during the first half. Again, a tactical pause, this time for the side of 500. They need to think things through and maybe talk a little bit about what they can do in that last
must
round.
Be important for them, Nuba. This is their second of 3 tactical timeouts that they can take during regulation, and they're taking it here and now. So they're definitely, they want this round. They want to tie things up. They don't want to go into the CT side under disadvantage.
We'll see if they can do that. Cirque is taking out the big green. See if an op can help them. Nate, you already flying towards Donut as SDY is good for one. A 1-for-1 trade, never good for the CT side, and the CT side once more is Nate falls. Kaspersky, good timing. 3-on-3 is now they can pounce towards the A bomb site. Somehow, Cirque survives long enough to get to Donut. Now they can't even get close to that part of the map. Bomb will get planted. Hence is quite close. Will there be a shadow advantage here for either player as Red Star is waiting? Hidden Temple may be at least needed for a trade.
Nice.
Not even a trade necessary as Potty hits the head. Only Rainwaker and Cirque remaining. Saw the guy and hit the shot.
Ooh. Listen, Cirque's actually had mad impact this round, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Never mind. Rainwaker swings out. His stint in Liquid gave him a much needed practice. He ends up gunning down 2 ENCE members. And that's some nice play out of the Rifler. You got to give it to 500. They make these rounds so chaotic, so crazy, but that's the end of the first half. Once we come back from our break, we'll be seeing which one of these two teams is going to vie for supremacy.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
First half was a close one. A lot of back and forth action as 500 are punching above their weight. ENCE again struggling against them, even though 500 have had some issues in the past few weeks. They managed to get a tied scoreline at the half, and Red Star starting this pistol off with a pretty good shot. SDY with the frag, and Red Star could get overwhelmed, but he's gonna take down 2, and Cirque doubles up as well for the advantage on the side of the Bulgarian team.
Blink and you miss it. These pistol rounds have been absolutely explosive on the side of really both teams on this particular map. But I will say 500, they have done so nicely to make things chaotic. Look at this. Red Star controls the chaos. He got people jumping at him, Yuba, and he's still able to be pretty controlled with his aim.
Yeah, it seems so easy from his perspective. That's a difficult flick to get. As Red Star, again, starts off a half quite well. Don't forget, at the beginning of the first half, he had that high-impact round in that first buy. On 14 kills, that's not too shabby for a guy who just more than a little bit of a week ago joined the side of 500.
No kidding. A recent inductee into the Bulgarian squad. Oh, Cirque is going to clean up over here. Spellin will also get a quick frag. Comment over. Remember, this is yet another pistol round where the T's do not plant the bomb and they get eliminated. So it is not a surprise to see 500 convert this. It was just Glocks. They might have made it a little bit scarier on their side, but ENCE are fine to just move past that. Go straight into the guns. Glaive has been here before. He's been down but not out before. In terms of the score line, he can definitely call a competent and composed T side. But if 500 take the cake here, think about what that sets them up for. They're going to have 3 chances to qualify out of best of 3s into the deciders and see what comes from there.
Yep. The teams that win today have 2 best of 3s before they go to LAN. Of course, both wins needed. If they want to get to Prague, everybody wants to feel the emotion of a LAN top 4 finish. Of course, as you already mentioned, Glaive is used to that kind of environment. Would be good to see him on land. Rainwaker starts this round off with a kill. +1 for the side of 500. Let's see if ENCE can bounce back and maybe if they have a plan at their disposal. For now, it seems to be a hit on A. Only one player there, and Red Star is isolated towards Donut, so this could be a tricky situation. Pody already in Temple. He could catch somebody off guard. The bomb is on the bomb site, but they can't plant it yet, not until they take care of the Bulgarians that are swarming in. And now Pody may be in trouble. The rest of his team as well. They're waiting for the shots to be taken off, and take off the head of Spellin. He did.
Oh, he's going to double up onto Circus. Well, this gets a lot messier. 40 seconds left on the clock. The bomb is on the site, but it's not planted yet, and I don't know if they have the ability to do so. Pody has the only piece of utility for ENCE.
Yeah, this is not a comfortable situation, even though they have a man advantage. They can't really get to the site so easily, especially with Oxygen lurking right behind the box. They need to take care of him first, but Rainwaker doubles up, and this is very uncomfortable. Third kill for him. Nate, you answers, but only 10 seconds left to go. They need to hurry up. They need to fight, but Rainwaker takes them all down. An ace
now
for him.
That was impressive from Rainwaker. It has to be said. Gets every single frag on a rifle round. Whew. And honestly, that was with Pody having a really good lurk. Double kill in Temple. Threatens towards Donut as well. Natu had a lot to do, though. His burden was a little bit too much for his shoulders. Here's some of those frags from before. Pody doubling up down there at the bottom of Temple. And Natu makes it look pretty close. Rainwaker even goes down to 1 bullet away from death. So it was a really tight margin there. But it's still 9-6. 500 lead by 3.
Yeah, I would love to talk about the round that played before, because I would say that ENCE were too undecisive as to what they needed to do. When you get kills toward the CT spawn, you probably want to try and take control of at least that. Kaspersky starts this round off well. Only pistols in the mix for the side of ENCE, but now they won't take their sweet time planting the bomb. Bomb is ticking as the Bulgarians are trying to get to the retake, but the Tech 9 of SDY takes down Oxygen. Cirque just spamming away, but can't find anything so far. And the problem is these Tech 9s can do so much damage. Spellin getting to an AK, but now it seems to be done and dusted as these Tech 9s are just taking heads. Cirque the last victim to it, and ENCE finally fighting back.
That's a really important T-side victory, and we've been singing Red Star's praises, but he kind of sold Oxygen down the river in that round. He self-flashes and then has to back up, and it just creates so many spacing issues trying to exit that choke point onto the site. Maybe we'll see a replay here, but Kaspersky obviously sounded off with a great deagle shot. Yeah, this is already past the point of no return there. Red Star ends up getting wall banged, and Pody running Cirque down. I mean, it looks silly. It looks like, what is going on here from 500? How have they done that to themselves? But here we are with an ENCE 7th.
Now it's a bit uncomfortable for the side of 500. ENCE not only planted a bomb, they managed to win the round and even take a few rifles for the next one. So it's really unfortunate for 500. This could break the game, or at least give ENCE a bit of a momentum boost. You can see the money on their side. It seems like they've been building up a cash for a while, but it's only the result of one round, as 3 of their players have more than $3,000, and 500 on a very shoddy buy, with Oxygen only on the deagle. Missed shot from Cirque that needed to be hit, because that now gives ENCE more room to play with.
Yeah, and remember, the buy is not flawless from 500. You pointed it out earlier, but Oxygen's just on a deagle. Like, missing that AWP shot is going to have reverberations throughout the rest of this round. ENCE on the hunt for their 8th. That'll make it a 1-round game. We've seen where that leads. Oxygen going to creep forward. He'll be the human flashbang for the rest of his squad. Drawing fire. Although right now the bomb is not yet revealing itself. Instead, Pody swings out. Yep. Now they know what's going on. The trade's been good so far, but this is still a very awkward position for ENCE.
Yeah, this is going to be a messy round for ENCE. They try to simplify it a little bit by taking down Oxygen, but Cirque on 7 HP can still do some damage with this off. Needs to disengage, needs to reposition. With 45 seconds on the clock, ENCE now has room to work with. When they managed to take down 2 guys on the side of 500, this round seems to be their playground.
Yeah, they feel like they can do pretty much anything at this point. You can tell that 500 are second-guessing the game plan as they fall back to the A site. They'll stack it. They'll wait for ENCE to come. If they don't, if the bomb plant goes down, they'll just save. That's the game plan here. ENCE looks like they are good for an 8th. Although they are taking their sweet time. I very rarely see a side called by Glaive really wait down the clock. Yeah. And it's happened, what, 2 gun rounds so far. Luckily, call this one is, you know, so it's interesting as like a little bit of a flourish. Not saying it never happens, just that it's kind of rare to see it so quick succession. But hey, maybe that's how they decide to play against 500. Miss smoke though, that doesn't bode well for the future.
Luckily for ENCE this time, the waiting game is going to go into their favor. And they're going to make it just a 1-round affair in this best of 1. As you can see on the top of your screens, it's a 1-0 bracket, which means that the team that wins is going to the 2-0 bracket. And as I mentioned earlier, only 2 best of 3s in that case are between them and going to Prague. A very beautiful city. Good food, good people, and especially at the beginning of June, or the end of May rather, there's going to be some good Counter-Strike being played over there.
Yeah, and on a LAN stage, no less. It's going to be a big deal for the teams that get there. It's kind of weird to think that a side led by Glaive, an organization like ENCE, they haven't played more than 1 LAN so far in the year. I believe that was a stat I heard earlier from Pody during one of the interviews. So that's kind of wild. You definitely would have expected them to have made it to more than just that. Obviously, they did miss out on the Major Austin. So no luck representing in America. That being said, off the back of the last tactical timeout 500 had, they did lose that last round, so that's going to sting. ENCE up to a couple rounds in a row, trying to equalize here.
Not just that, 500 have no tac pauses to work with, maybe not needed. If Cirque is hitting his shots, his SDY hits the deck. Kaspersky only on a MAC-10, but already in Red Room. This could be an interesting split for ENCE. 2 guys defending the B-bomb site. And a good split could actually take them both down as the up is falling. Glaive takes down Cirque, only a USP in the hands of Spellen in the defense of this site, and Glaive fixes a little bit of his statistics as Kaspersky running and gunning, spraying and praying, takes down 2, and this round is done and dusted. It's going to be a tied game as Rainwaker will try and save this M4.
Yeah, they've got an okay loss bonus right now. It's going to be a bit of a compromise buy. There's definitely not going to be a sniper afforded unless somebody goes real crazy with it. Even then, I don't think they have enough money for it. So looking at it right now, it does look like ENCE are on a tear. They should be able to get to double digits before 500, who are on the cusp of it. Rainwaker might even get his gun taken away, but very hard clear to know that he's going to be in the 1 boost spot. So many other angles to take care of when you're exiting towards Brokey. And with that all said, ENCE are going to tie us up. It does feel very good for them to do so. I want to highlight that Cirque positioning. The Molotov is about to clear, and he still posts up for a default angle with nobody watching towards Cape. I don't know if that was miscomms where Spellen was supposed to take a look at that, but look at this. Glaive just walks through. It's not like that Molotov prevents somebody from walking behind it. You can absolutely check from that angle. It's even advantageous in some cases. So feels like a little bit of a, well, not a little bit of a misplay, a big one from Cirque. Got to get his head back into the game because 500 are going to need every zip of spit they've got if they want to overcome ENCE. It's a tie 1 so far, round 19.
Yeah, but check out ENCE's economy. They're not going to have any trouble with money in the near future.
Oh, yeah.
500 need to, as you said, get their head back in the game as they had a lead and it seemed like they could run away with this best of 1. Now ENCE is the one doing all the work. His SDY takes down Red Star Glaive.
Oh,
Hits the head of Rainwaker, and now there's absolutely nothing that 500 could do. Every 1v1 duel seems to go into the favor of ENCE. Every impact frag is theirs, and 500 is in real trouble right now.
I mean, you saw the reaction from Rainwaker. His whole body jolted like he got headshot in real life. He was just, Yeah, and when you're reacting like that, I mean, that's the point where this is still a game you're in. This is a game where, yeah, of course, the rounds matter, but just you got to be trying to stay in it, you know? And sometimes people need to let the aggression, let the frustration leave their body immediately. So a very animated display from Rainwaker, but every member of 500 going down, not a single weapon saved. It's a rough start here on the dying embers of the second half. And double digits is indeed claimed by Glaive's side. So we're looking pretty solid here if you were expecting the favorites to come through.
But it's not looking pretty for 500 now. Especially when you see SDY hitting shots like he's hitting. He's really playing well, as you said already, in the most crucial moments of ENCE's games in the near past. Of course, he's been the one that's been doing all the needed work, and not a great buy for 500. They decided to save up some cash. They still have a few guns to work with, so it wouldn't be totally surprising if they win this round and maybe start to build up some momentum. But
you know, people first started paying attention to this kind of thing when obviously Simple was on a tear on Na'Vi, back when Edward was in the lineup and Zeus was in the lineup, where Simple would have a Deagle, Zeus would have the AK or the M4.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here with Spellin rocking the A1S when Red Star and Rainwaker have been the steady hands on the side of 500, but IGL seems like he's calling around himself for now, at least for this particular round.
I am the captain, says Spellin, as he whips out the M4. Slow round for ENCE, 50 seconds left, and they're still undecided as to where they want to go. Of course, Glaive pulls the trigger and makes his choice. It will be an A split. A very slow one through Donut at that. Only Rainwaker will be defending this side. Will Nate, you expect him? The answer is no. Takes his head clean off, and Potty could die. And he has the C4, now takes out the AK and gets the frag. Rainwaker now could be the hero of this round. The Cavalry's arriving. He took enough time away from ENCE. 2 kills for ENCE now. Make it a third, but Spellin and Cirque have rotated just in time. With 10 seconds left, this is anybody's round.
When does Spellin choose to go? Is he going to be able to get to the site? The answer is a resounding no, as Glaive wins the IGL battle. It's just Cirque with a really lesser weapon here. The MP9, not known for its retake capacity, and he's not even going to get the first test passed. Kaspersky, man, that was... You talk about the fact that Rainwaker ends up giving 500 a look into that round. It was Kaspersky that kept ENCE possible with his kills in mid. Without that, this could have been a tie game again in a very unlikely situation. And 500 need these kinds of rounds. If they don't win on these force buys, I don't see how they're going to get any round wins at all. They've been force buying and half buying for basically what feels like ever since they strung together 3 rounds. After that, they were broken. And look, we've got another compromised buy, although it is the best it's looked so far.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do now. Of course, not a lot of utility to work with, so aggression will have to be made, as Kaspersky knows where Spellin is, but Spellin, the first one to act as he gets the frag. Rainwaker got one for himself as well, and it's a one-man advantage for the Bulgarian side. ENCE will have to slow things down now. They managed to control the previous round by getting the frags necessary, getting the answer in time. Now they're going to have to try and do that. The fact that they got at least one guy will spread the defense thin as Oxygen waits towards long. 3 guys approaching over ramp. Let's see if he can take at least one down, and that could, of course, tilt even more this round to the favor of his team. If he just gets clotheslined, ENCE is definitely still in it. But will they expect him as he pounces right now? Nate, you ready? And takes him down.
Rainwaker's going to commit to it, but he burns in the fire. Indecisive on which angle to exit from, and that is going to be an easy ENCE wrap-up here. They're on for their 12th. That's going to be match point here in our opening map. Spellin and Cirque, they really need to keep a hold of these weapons. Max loss at this point, but Spellin really going to go for it. Looking for the clear. He doesn't see Glaive. Well, he will eventually find him. Is he really calling for this? The bomb's almost gone. There's no hope. They're just going to look for some exits here.
Yeah, they need to do so. They need to do some economic damage, but they're the ones that are going to get taken out. As Cirque tucks his tail between his legs and runs away, though he's gonna give them a slap before this round is over, but it's ENCE that hits the magic number 12 and 3 chances for them to go to the 2-0 bracket.
Well, 3 chances indeed, but look at the money in reserve when we get a second. There's multiple players at 10K or more for ENCE. Economic damage is not going to cut it here. Big misread from Spellin to continue trying to find a look in. There was no hope for him to claim that round. ENCE would have had to just walk away from the bomb if that was going to happen. So I don't know what he was thinking, but now he's just down to the A1S. He's got enough for a full buy of utility. Can't say the same for every one of his players, but it's already a mid-take from ENCE, and they are just running through it.
And it's a clean mid-take for ENCE. They took control of that part of the map, and now they can stretch their legs already, though. Contact towards B. Oxygen takes down Nate. Shows them that 500 are not done yet. Kaspersky takes down Oxygen, and he wants more. He knows where Spellin is, and Spellin could get overwhelmed when the attack starts from ramp. Randwaker good on the rotate. Smoke on short, but that's not gonna make him fall back. Rather, it's gonna make him fight. A man advantage for the side of 500. Spellin gets a frag onto Glaive. The bomb is down, and now Pody and SDY have to think about fighting for this.
Yeah, I mean, they can afford to do so. The only question is, do they want to deny the AWP from Cert? Spellin, he'll get tricky.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the bomb on his back. 40 seconds left. Could still rotate, but instead he's going to chance a plant to bait out some spams.
Oh, this could be smart. He just baited out the plant and fallen back towards ramp. I thought for a moment he wants to run towards the other site. The 500 boys know that he's there. They just feel it in their souls as some die young is going to die now. And it's a 10th round for 500.
Yeah, they're on double digits, Luba. And honestly, that last frag from Cirque, if that's a whiff, I start to believe SDY can do it. It almost feels like it becomes inevitable. When you check the scoreboard, you realize Last Alive is this carry of the team. Still, this is a good, and I want to say composed. It might be generous, but I'm going to say a composed hold on the B-bomb site. They survive with 2. Still able to afford utility, still able to get the necessary rifles. So 500 are in it. ENCE have at least one more round where they can buy. Maybe a bit more if they get a bomb plant. So they're fine with this. Not that more will be necessary at this point. Spellin has got a lot to do here.
For a moment, I thought he wanted to play, and play he did as he dinked a player through the wall. Kaspersky left on 31 HP, and it's going to be a double team in Cave. This could be a very interesting play for 500, but Oxygen wants to be aggressive, and that's going to cost him his head, and they know that somebody else is there.
Yeah, I don't like the timing on the utility thrown by Oxygen there. I don't necessarily like the timing on his egress either, but you can justify it as a bait, except for the fact that they knew he was there. Good flash from Cirque will allow Pody to get fragged, but Rainwaker is immediately traded. Not able to switch down. That's a hard spray transfer to hit. So this is a 4-on-3. And so again, one win, all that separates them from that 2-0 stage.
Yeah, and seem to be holding all the cards now as 500 are strapped of utility. And it's not a lot of utility to work with either. They don't have a smoke, and they wish they had one, but flashes can do their work. And the fact that they're playing so slow, that makes 500 overthink their decisions. Is Nate Hughes going to take down Spellin? That's what ENCE was waiting for, and now they can take out any site they want, but will they guess correctly? As they saw a guy in Donut, they know that, well, their chances are better. Go towards B. Cirque flashed out of is a very difficult retake for 500.
He's got one flashbang, Yuba, and if Red Star goes down, they might not even have that. He's going to get rid of his HE at the very least. That'll guarantee his body drops it, but doesn't really help Cirque too much as SDY is going to double up, and that's a wrap. Ladies and gentlemen, ENCE are moving on to the 2-0 stage. 500 got the double digits, but that is all they could afford.
Yeah, and we expected this from ENCE. They came into this tournament as one of the favorites, and they're going to have a chance to go through this Swiss stage after only playing 3 games. Their next match is going to be a qualification best of 3. Afterwards, what waits for them is that decider match. That's going to be a whole other party. We shouldn't even talk about that yet. 500 managed to put up a fight, and we have to say they did. They played quite well at times. At other times, their kind of reads were not that good. You talk, of course, about Cirque dying without having any cover from Cave towards the B-bomb side. It was very messy from 500, and had they just fixed those errors, were those errors not there, I could see this match going into their favor.
Indeed, indeed. And, you know, it's not all over for 500. Of course, they will have more chances. They did win their opening best of one, so they're going to fall to the final best of ones that we have in the whole squad in that decider section. Of course, up next, Fnatic take on Cubix, which is an interesting prospect. And one of the teams that wins in the next few hours, shall we say, one of the teams that conquers the 1-0 best of ones is actually going to go up against ENCE in a best of 3. And that's where I think the rubber's really going to start meeting the road. We'll see if ENCE are ready to take on the, well, let's say, tough title of the Conquerors of Prague.
Well, it's going to be a long road if they want to do that, but ENCE have shown their quality, of course, in their first match, now in their second match, and they're going into that 2-0 bracket. We're going to see them in a best of 3 for a chance to go to the top 8. As Pronogo just mentioned, the next match is going to be Fnatic against Cubix. We'll see what that happens. Again, a match where we do have a clear favorite, but Cubix have shown that they can beat strong teams. Let's see if Fnatic can fall under their axe, of course. Everything will come after a short break.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
you lose your overall. But I cannot say they are not in form. They play really well. But we start also good on Anubis.
Yeah, and what about your form? Because you looked very solid. How do you feel about your team at this moment?
We are fine. We didn't practice a lot yet after the RMR, but we understand that a lot of tournaments ahead and we need to step up to qualify for the lands. So right now we're in good form, I'll say. Not the best, not the worst, just average form.
Now you're playing against Cubics in the second round. Are you surprised? They beat 9 because it was one of the biggest upset of the tournament so far.
Yes, but I think 9 did bad veto versus them. I know these players, they burn on Ancient. And I'm not sure it's nice to play Ancient on best of 1 when you're a favorite.
What is the biggest strength of Cubics in your eyes? Because they were able to bounce back in the game, even though they lost both pistol rounds. So they looked pretty resilient.
Yes, they play with a lot of fire and confidence. We need to be good at punish these plays. If we are not do that, they will have a lot of space, so it's going to be a hard game for us. But yeah, they're very comfortable. We need to destroy their rounds.
Are you any familiar with the opposing team or the players yourself? Did you play against them in the past?
Yes, we play a lot FPLC, maybe 3 years ago or 4. Many hundred games. I know them really well. Bloodart, Gamezilla, I think even Kelly, I'm not sure. But I know them really well.
So do you expect them to play more aggressive, unorthodox CS against you, as they need to surprise you as well?
Yes, it's kind of a BNA team. Very confident in themselves, peeking, rushing everything through the smoke, through the molly. They don't give respect to this stuff. So we need to insta-punish that and not be surprised that they're doing this stuff.
So for the last question, is there a style that may be good against you, or are you used to these teams and you can adapt to them?
No, I think especially versus this style we are fine because we have a player who can also shoot back, you know. So I think it should be good. Let's check. Excited to play right now.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview and looking forward to the match.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Hello, Bloodart. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. What a great upset from your side at the start of the tournament. What do you think was the main reason you managed to beat 9?
We prepare for them, but last days that we are playing really good CS, and we will show more things next games.
Looking forward to that. So how do you feel about your form as a team? Are you on your peak right now?
Yeah, we are really on good form right now, and we are playing really good CS. So I think you will not be surprised next. You're gonna see these good games always.
You won the match even though you lost both pistol rounds. How did you adapt to that situation, and what were you talking about after these rounds?
Yeah, it's really hard, like in best of 1 if you lose 2 pistols, but our in-game leader, he was giving us good calls and we managed to come back it.
Maybe you tilted 9 as well because they lost another match yesterday. Did you feel in the match they might be not in a good form opposite of you?
No, we didn't feel like they are not in good form. We expect that they are going to play good, but at the end we got it.
Yeah. Now you are playing against another strong team. How do you see your chances against Fnatic?
It's a hard game, to be honest. They are a good team, good players, so we need to see, but we are going for the win for sure.
Are you happy for the possibility to play against teams such as 9 Fnatic on this tournament?
Yeah, it's a good pleasure to play against those teams that they have good rosters and stuff, and we need those wins to go more for Valve ranking.
Yeah, and
It's
what
good,
is the main
like,
strength?
Yeah,
sorry,
the main
okay.
it's fine, it's fine. And the main thing is like to win a lot of matches of this tournament to get a Valve ranking. So we want to be against good teams that they have good Valve ranking to play against them, because we need more win against them.
Yeah, of course. And what is the main strength you think you prepared for the match against Fnatic?
We are not sure about it. We didn't talk about it yet. We are going to join after, and we will see like what we are going to do against them.
Okay, then I'm looking forward for the match. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you too. See you.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Na portále Playzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál Playzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
We're back, boys and girls. That first best of one was quite eventful, and now we're seeing Fnatic taking on Cubix. Cubix, who were the underdog facing 9, and we heard at the interview, Fear believes that they can break the confidence on the side of Cubix. We'll see if that can happen, because from what we've seen, PronoGo, Cubix is filled with confidence, and they're playing like it.
Oh, yeah, big time. I don't want people to see, 9 go down to Sashi, down to that 0-2 bracket, and think, oh, well, Cubix's run so far is less legitimate because of it. I think they played pretty solid fundamental Counter-Strike on Ancient, especially for this level when most teams haven't heard from them, haven't heard of them. But it does sound like Fear was a little bit more familiar with the Kosovar squad. Definitely looking forward to that. We saw earlier ENCE, obviously, Conquest over 500. So going from Fnatic to Cubix now, I do think this is yet another case where we have a clear favorite for the match in Fnatic. You got players who have seen the heights of Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Obviously, BlameF comes to mind. Fear seems himself quite confident as the in-game leader of the squad. We come over to the side of Cubix, where obviously they completed the upset against 9 earlier. But I do think Fnatic are a rung above 9. At least they should be in terms of their organizational pedigree. If Cubix can do this upset, Liuba, I'm thinking that, wow, these guys are legit. They might actually make it to the LAN.
Yeah, it seems like if they can beat Fnatic, it's like a statement to all the other teams in this competition. But taking on Fnatic is not going to be easy because, of course, we'll see the size and everything that is necessary thanks to our brilliant production team. However, Fnatic finally have a roster that looks good, at least in my opinion. They have been playing quite well. It is still tier 2, and they really want to get up to those tier 1 lights again and see what they can do against the best of the best. But this is a good chance for them as well to showcase their skills, prove themselves, and say that we're still Fnatic. It's a big name, not in just Counter-Strike, but in all of esports. And the fact that they're playing this competition might be a stepping stone to something bigger soon.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. And, you know, looking at the way that these two squads are going to be going up against each other, you see Fnatic versus Cubix. I think at this point, Fnatic as an org, they have put a lot of faith into Jambo recently, right? This is the guy, this is their apparently next franchise player, according to some management. So when you're coming out on the public and making statements like that, it's been a long time since people could have represented the black and orange, right? The Fnatic colors, and say, yeah, we can vote on our team. We can have confidence in this squad. And you know what? Speaking of confidence, Fear even mentioning the miss veto earlier from 9. We're going to come into this thinking, okay, well then Fnatic, what is the right veto?
All right, let's see what they're going to pick. First, we're not going to be seeing Ancient as Fnatic, or Fear rather already said that Cubix is quite good on that map. Mirage is going to be the playground. And honestly, facing up like FPL players, I would not be so confident going towards Mirage. We'll see if Cubix can get the upset, but I would say that Fnatic maybe gave them a podium to stand on and maybe even have a chance. Of course, courtesy of Tipsport, we're going to get our odds, and Tipsport says that Fnatic are heavy favorites. And even you got this side bet with the game could be going under 20 rounds, or rather under 19.5 rounds. That kind of says it all from what the bookmakers think of Fnatic and Cubix and this entire matchup, this entire ordeal. As you already previously mentioned, Jambo, I mean, he's going to be very interesting to see how he's going to turn up at Fnatic, because he was really good at Passion. He shown his worth relatively, you could say, on bigger stages as well. So a chance to represent an organization like Fnatic alongside with Fear, that kind of gives him the confidence necessary, at least in theory, to really be a good player for this side.
And looking at it as well, and just maybe pulling out the little magnifying glass and seeing in more clarity what we're talking about here. I mean, you see BlameF, you see Mattis. These are the players for Fnatic that have historically been performing well. Jambo obviously is very low sample size for the org right now. Needs to see a little bit more out of him. You can see him there playing in the unlit room, nondescript gamer room. It's one of those things that when you look at it, you really say, okay, Fnatic, what are you saying when you say this guy is our next franchise player? This guy is our next big deal. We paid big money for him. That's a big investment and maybe a lot of pressure, honestly, to put on him. At this point, you know, we're not at the heights of competition just yet for him. How far can he go? And maybe more importantly, how far can Fear lead this squad? Because even though he's been around for a good amount of time, I don't see a lot of people with his name on, you know, their lips saying, yeah, this guy's the money, this guy's the real IGL. You know, he's not talked of in the same way that Shui, even Kixan have been talked about as far as new school IGLs, right? So those are the kinds of things that you got to think about. What kind of in-game leader are we going to get out of him? And, you know, realistically speaking, you're talking about Mirage. This is a map that so many of these players have played so many games on. BlameF loves a lurk. Crims loves a clutch. Surely we can get some good value from those big names in this roster.
I'm expecting a bloodbath, honestly. Not necessarily so that I mean that it's going to be one-sided. I'm just expecting a lot of fighting, because both teams are kind of, especially at the beginning of the map, I would say, are going to want to make a statement and say like that they are the ones that are going to have control of this entire best of one. Especially that Fnatic wants to find a way to deflate Cubix, as of course we previously mentioned, Cubix is playing with a lot of confidence, and they believe, of course, that they can do it. And I love when you made like the comparison of Fear with like Shui, because I mean, not a lot of people talked about Shui before he made the upset of the major, what was it, the semifinals, the Paris major, whatever it was. Not a lot of people talked about him, even though he was in MOUZ NXT, even though he was, you know, kind of up and coming in a way. I mean, I can see Fear doing the similar thing as well. Passion, you, of course, didn't do so much and didn't get to those heights as maybe they wanted to. But now in Fnatic, he at least has the platform to prove himself as an IGL.
And this is a good spot for it, right? This level of competition, it's not going to immediately put so much pressure upon you that you as a young IGL need to figure everything out on the run. And that's really the key detail, right? Like, maybe Mouse NXT, sure, they hit the ground running. There were all those jokes, if people remember back in the day, the HLTV forum posters were saying, you know, when is the world ranking going to show Mouse NXT higher than the real Mouse lineup? And we saw that was a real possibility, as funny as it was as a concept. We absolutely saw that could have happened. And so they hit the ground running. Shui obviously did great things in Gamer Legion with the likes of Imma, now on Na'Vi. Everybody knows how that story went in the Blast Paris semifinals against Heroic. Some ill-fated Cadian clutches led to the biggest upset of the year, bar none. And I don't know that Fear is going to be able to rub shoulders with such august company in the near future, but he has an opportunity to prove that at the very least he's a competent mid-table IGL, and that players might need to really consider him, especially when you're thinking about, you know, the Eastern European players that are getting picked apart to move over to international lineups. I mean, we just saw Furia announce 2 Eastern European players, dude. Like, there's so many things that are shaking up in the space right now as we're about to get into game here, Luba.
Oh yeah, we're coming in hot on Mirage, the sunny side now. We'll see how sunny it's going to be for one of these teams. The winner is proceeding to the 2-0 bracket, potentially against Sense, who we just saw make it there. Of course, in the side of Cubix, if they manage to upset Fnatic, there's a good chance they might face ENCE afterwards. Cubix starting on the T side, Fnatic defending, and as I already said, they want to fight, and they're going to take control of mid so far, as BlameF got a little bit of information. On the side of Cubix, it's going to be a B lean as Trippy takes down Jambo, and this is a bit tricky now for the side of Fnatic. As Amar is only making noise towards B, Cubix can turn their attention toward the A side, especially now when BlameF falls.
Yeah, BlameF's such a good pistol player. To see him fall like that so fast, perhaps it bodes ill going forward. Round number 1 still in play, despite the advantage that Cubix has by manpower, but Amar has really snuffed this one out. You know, you see, okay, nobody towards B, the rotations have come in, Fear's got a frag, but he's so low from it, and Bleder looks like he's about ready to push market soon.
Oh yeah, they have all the control they need as Amar and Gamezilla take what they wanted, and only Crims remains, but players on every side, every angle seems to be guarded. Crims takes down 2, but Bleder finally comes from behind and gets the frag to confirm round number 1 for Cubix.
Yeah, it looked almost too easy. They get the bomb plan as well, which is just a little bit of extra cash in their pockets. What's the CT Force Buy going to look like? Because so far, CT side has won both pistols in the previous game. Coming into this matchup, we're finally going to see whether Fnatic know what their protocols are on the CT Force. It's Scout Deagles, 5.7 for Mattis. BlameF on the SMG, that's not abnormal. We do see him all the time rock that. Some people call it the pocket rifle, the lesser rifle. That's definitely in his wheelhouse. And, well, it looks like it's going to be a fairly default opening here as Cubix try to sniff out exactly what their competition is rocking.
Yeah, now Cubix have the control they need, as Jambo did miss a scout shot on mid that took him down to 22 HP when he was tagged down and needed to reposition. His scout can be quite dangerous, as we saw during his tenure in Passion UA. Great sniper even on the lesser snipe. It's going to be a pretty quiet round so far as Fear wants to get some info that could end up costing him his head. A good timing could give his team the lead, or at least a man advantage. As he was seen, now needs to reposition. A bit less than 60 seconds on the clock means that Cubix need to finally pull the trigger and start a push, as Amar again is just at the B apps, and there's that scout I was talking about.
Well, Gamezilla posed a big target. The scout will take his head off, and it does feel like right now, Amar was doing pretty well to sell the rotations over, and in fact, Jambo's rotating back over towards mid. Watchful of the murder hole, but otherwise leaning towards B. So despite the first kill going the way of Fnatic, Amar has sold it. Cubix, ooh, well, they lose a player in Palace. That's actually going to be very impactful as Sally trying his best to hold everybody off to the side, but Crims with the deagle. This is getting messy.
Oh no, it's not getting messy. It's completely crumbling for Cubix as their Fnatic players on every side, and one by one, the players of Cubix are falling. Bleder fighting for his life, but in the end, he gets taken down, and Fnatic winning that force buy with 3 players remaining, that's going to give them a lot of nice guns for the next rounds.
Yeah, that is humongous for Fnatic. Not only do they survive with 3 alive. They get the round win, but they basically reset the economy and have 3 rifles, one of which is a Galil, sure, but still, 2 of those are AKs. That's premium content for the CTs. Oh, yeah. No shot that they can make anything happen with an M4A1S or something like that in the same way. AKs are such a prized commodity.
Yeah, the problem with the previous round is simply the fact that their communication, I don't think, was up to par. When Trippy goes out of Palace and sees there's nobody on the side, that can only actually be at ramp. While I'm blabbering, there's been 4 kills happening as Jambo takes down Trippy, and he wants more. A good spray to take down Bledar-D, and it's only Amar remaining. Deagle in hand. Small Kevlar on his body. C4 on his back. Maybe he can try and take matters into his own hands as he knows that somebody is in connector. There's still time to play with. And a clutch might still be in the cards as he's not yet going to be faced by the Fnatic side.
All he can really recover here is an MP9, which is not ideal. He's also going to get spotted up by Jambo here, and that should be a round, although Jambo does have to reload. I think that this is pretty much a wrap here. I mean, Amar could even get one more cracking headshot. Would be good for keeping the CT economy measured and at an arm's length, but instead, it'll be once again 3 members of Fnatic staying alive. That's the magic number if you're trying to hold and build an economy on the CT side. You're always going to have at least one player who's actually building cash as the longer the rounds go. And I do think that overall, looking at this replay here, and I agree with your analysis of the previous round as well, just a little bit of chaos there on the side of Cubix. And this time they did not wrangle it the way that they did in the pistol round, right? This time it got the better of them.
Yeah. A 1-round lead for Fnatic, facing, of course, the prospect of doubling their advantage, as only on the side of Cubix, Amar is the one that has a dig, and dig he will use as Crims falls. He wants more. Fear is close. Let's see if he can hit this shot. The answer is no, but Fear will fall. There's Jambo hitting at least one, but now they can swarm in, and he's a dead man. How is Cubix doing this? It's a 3-on-2, and a bomb's going to be planted. It's BlameF and Mattis only remaining.
Amar's Deagle. You remember Launders' famous advice, you always have enough money for a Deagle. Apparently, Amar's been taking notes. Bledar is holding for Mattis's push. He's only got the SMG. He will be gotten the better of, but that's a lot of damage dealt over. One Deagle body shot will sail him off. BlameF. Oh, boy. Well, he's in the clutch, but not good enough for it. GameZilla takes down 2. And Cubix are back on the board. Tie game. Money, very messy, but still very, very solid aim coming out of Cubix.
Yeah, that Amar Deagle was the difference maker. Afterwards, though, I think that Fnatic players were kind of overzealous to try and take this round, because we saw, Fear was a dead man either way, but we saw Jambo just jumping towards the side. Of course, he heard Glocks, so he was hoping to get those frags, but that was unnecessary. That was too much. And in the end, ultimately, it cost Fnatic the round.
It takes a lot from Cubix to call the right response to that, too. They just non-stop playing with him, right? The constant back and forth, slippery nature, through smokes, through cover. Now it's rifles, and not really so many for Fnatic, by the way, but Sali and Amar doubling up here to try to take over the A-bomb site, but flanked from underpass. Oh, BlameF, Underdark, excuse me, is going to be able to take care of business, at least for the first couple of frags. Now it's a 3-on-2, and, well, Cubix definitely looked favored. Jambo with the AWP, he needs to be very careful here.
Yep, he needs to be really careful. Will he expect Bledar? The answer is no, and Trippy finds Crims as only the op remains. Jambo trying to get away and save this sniper for the future rounds, but Cubix is the one taking the lead now, and we can see the confidence is still there, unshaken so far.
As Jambo takes that pick to Bledar, that kind of tells them exactly what's going on here. Well, Trippy might still be able to find it. He kind of gives the game away, though, and Jambo, 1 bullet left. It might be all he needs. Oh, well, he pulls the pistol out, and that's actually more dangerous since Trippy has such little HP. And that will be the end of that. While we're on the subject, though, looking at Mirage as the pick, I was predicting a Mirage or Inferno for this best of 1, and you mentioned that, hey, Cubix are firing, Cubix are playing. Can you really afford to be playing against these Pugstar style CS? Well, they're on the T side. I think Fnatic are going to have a stronger offensive half potentially, because the CT side is where those Pug plays can really definitely not necessarily find the same landing. You can't stick them as much as you can on the T side, where you can sow this chaos.
Yeah, and the chaos went into the hands of Cubic, says Fnatic. Is going to be ambitious here with 3 SMGs, and look at BladeRD already posting up towards B with that op.
Everybody who's bought a Deagle so far has done pretty well with it. Crim's even got a couple of 1 Deags so far in this game. Obviously, Amar has just shocked us. Crims is going to need to do pretty well here, and he's not in a good spot to do so. Just damage to Sally before he's traded out. Fear ends up escaping, but GameZilla, he's actually fragging out so far. That's 2 more frags to his name. Posting a 2-0 KD so far, and that's going to be a save called for Fnatic. They haven't been able to do a single frag back towards Cubics. With Fear getting hunted down, Jambo might not get away this time.
Oh yeah, doesn't seem likely as Sally takes him down. It's a double the advantage, Cubics. Or it's a rather 2-round advantage for Cubics. As Fnatic is maybe struggling a little bit. They don't have a lot of money to work with, as there was very little in their bank in this round, and they did absolutely nothing as Cubics just ran them down. And GameZilla, he shouldn't have gotten away with this. He should have been traded. That might have given Fnatic the time to at least save a gun or two. Now, back to pistols.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to have to pull what Cubics did in round 4 if they're looking for an extra set of victors. Amar will take Crims out, put him out to pasture. It's just Fear on the site, and it definitely looks dangerous here. I don't think that they're going to be able to do too much, but hey, Jambo's got the better of him. Trippy, after a belabored shuffle there behind the smoke, behind cover. That might be the only glimmer of hope for Fnatic. As we get deep into round 7, it's a 2-on-4.
They were hoping that these Deagles can do some damage. Nothing done, at least. Well, that 1 frag is the only consolation prize. Had Jambo taken down Trippy, that maybe would have been a different story. As the P250 is actually going to take down Sally from a long range. Cubics is going to be on 5 after this round, and Fnatic still thinking of how they can approach the rest of this match. It's early days, so 3-round advantage is not too much for Cubics. They know they still have their work cut out for them if they want to complete this upset.
That's absolutely the case. And also, I just want to point out that even though Mattis gets 2 frags in this round, it doesn't really feel like he's had an opportunity to play Counter-Strike just yet. We were talking about a player who's mostly towards that A side of things, and Cubics have been leaning B a lot. Anti-eco, anti-force, hell, gun rounds, rifle rounds. Definitely an opportunity for Cubics to continue conditioning them and maybe surprise, overwhelm the beleaguered stars of Fnatic on the A site. We get to see a replay of that last round. Amar, once again, having a good amount of impact. Now remember, this wasn't a gun round for Fnatic. It was just pistols. Call it a deco.
Yeah, exactly.
This does well with 2 frags from the distance there. Bleder obviously still rocking the sniper on the T side, and looks to me like we are moments away from seeing whether Fnatic can compose themselves with rifles and try to fire back here. Because so far it has not started off the way that the favorites wanted.
So far, so good for Cubics, as Fnatic is still trying to find their footing on Mirage. And Fear said that they have a plan. Let's see now, when they have another buy, what their plan will be. Up in the hands of Jambo, 4M4s, and a good amount of utility is available for Fnatic. As now the attackers are leaning towards A, only Amar towards top mid, the man who usually goes into B apps trying to find a frag. This time he's going to be quite late with that, as the attack is getting ready to go towards A. Trippy through Palace, coming through. Let's see if Fnatic can stop them as Jambo takes them down. There's also Mattis with his M4. That's a 2-man advantage for Fnatic now. a 3-man advantage now with Jambo finding Gamezilla and only 2 Cubix players remaining completely halted in their tracks.
Yeah, the recent signing for Fnatic popping off here with the op. Very impactful sniping frags, including a mid-air headshot. So slim margins, but Cubix look like they will end up dropping this one. BlameF even jiggles back to clear Amar in connector. It's just Bleder. At this point, even though there's 50 seconds left on the clock, you must be thinking, maybe I just saved this.
Not going to happen.
Not going to get the opportunity, though. Mattis will frag him out.
Yep. Not so fortunate for Cubix now, as the A defenders have played quite well. Good positioning, though. I was quite afraid of their positioning, actually, when the Cubix started raining in, because they had a lot of utility to put them out of cover. And had they used it the way they should have, it probably would have been an easy round in some regard. Of course, now Cubix don't really have the money, only BleDRD with that op. And these Deagles hoping to find heads. Ambitious with the op as a hero gun.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day, but if there was going to be a map, you pull it out T side, it'd be Mirage or Dust 2. Amar obviously just feels like he's still a full-strength player with the Deagle and apps, so he's going to continue looking for Crim's head. He just gets a bit of a tag. Support from Fear is nearby. The veteran from Fnatic will endure for now. Utility journeyed off there, and not really that much damage traded through the panel. Ooh, Jambo, though, he has been playing very lights out in the last 2 rounds. And Hero Gun is gone for Cubix. They're reduced to a 3 Deagle pop outside, and Crim's, he's going to have his work cut out for him. He should be brought down here by Cubix, but he's already got 1 frag. It's really all he needed to do. Bomb plant looks very likely for the T's, so they can start to try to recover their economy, but almost certainly no chance for a round win. I say that, Amar, he's really trying to make it happen, and Gamezilla, he has not been slacking either. Can't steady the shot onto Market, though, and that will be a 4th for Fnatic.
Some puggy CS we see here, but it almost got the better of Fnatic as Crims fell, and that snowballed the round for the side of Cubix. Had Amar found that frag on short, it would have been a completely different story, I would say. Good pick from Jambo to start things off, but it crumbled a little bit for the side of the orange and the black. Now, back on a buy is the side of Cubix. Of course, BleDRD only with a Deagle. His op failed to find impact in the previous round.
If he can make things happen on this one, though, if Cubix posts a 6th, Fnatic's money is going to be in a weird place. They will probably be tempted to save, unless they can get the better of them in the opening round, and BlameF does just so. Trippy has gone down in mid. That play had pace, that play had legs, but that weapon is not easily recoverable for Cubix, and Bleder is definitely going to be looking for it. Yep. Utility exec on to mid. Mar once again posting, looking for Crims. Elusive, the veteran. Ooh. Oh, he's going forward, though.
Yeah, Mar really wants to fight. He's sensing blood. Let's see if he can find it as Amar's just dancing on apps. He's going to get shot in the back, somehow still alive as he takes out Crims. Fear finds a frag, and that destroys the pincer of Cubix, and they all fall 1 by 1 as Fnatic gets us to a tied scoreline.
Yeah, this is where the rubber meets the road. Cubix really need to show that what they've got here is something that can last, something that can handle adversity. We're talking about them not having enough money for a full rifle round. Of course, no AWP can reasonably be deployed, and Bleder did not do very well the last time that was a hero gun. They consider their options here on this tack pause. It's worth pointing out as well that Crims, even though he gets fragged by Amar more often than not, he's buying enough time for the rotates. He's allowing Fear to set up for trades for sometimes multi-frags. It's not the most glorious situation you want to be in. Of course, Crims would prefer to just get the frags himself, but if Jambo's firing well on the other site, all Crims has to do is be a rock that Cubix breaks against.
That did happen so far, as Cubix, of course, going back to pistols, 2 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles, and Of course, Bledar wants to save up money to get that sniper, so he's only on the Glock. Let's see what they can do with these smaller guns, that weaker weaponry. GameZilla is going to extinguish himself. That gives, of course, Fnatic the information. There's somebody top mid as he hits the head. But 2 and 3 frags actually go to the hands of Fnatic as they take control of this round. That maybe 1 or 2 Deagle frags that could have run away from them now. Things are looking a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to disregard everybody else on Cubics, but when Amar gets fragged out without being able to provide much other value, feels like your hopes are dwindling already. And GameZilla has also been a nice rock for the team, but he is felled with only 1 kill to his name. So looks like Fnatic are on lock for a 6th. And I think they've regained enough composure that realistically speaking, they should be able to handle the 7th. I love that Solly was still just going to be like, no, I'm going to kill this guy that I'm aiming at. I am not going to turn to try to win an aim duel. I'm going to shoot the guy who's undefended. But hey, aim punch gets the better of everybody.
It's such a horrible feeling when you know you're so close to getting a frag and then somebody pops up and shoots you in the face. Unlucky for the last player standing on the side of Cubics in the 10th round, or 11th rather. Now we're going into round number 12. The half is ending, either with a minimal lead for Fnatic or a tied scoreline at the half. A double op setup for the CT side. We'll see what that has to do with their defense, as there is a lean toward the A-bomb side, and unluckily so for Cubics, that's exactly where they're going.
Really hoping that Fear can lock down the B-bomb site with a deep angle, making sure that nobody's coming in through apps. They've got some overwatch towards short, courtesy of Blame F. Oh, wow, Jambo finally gets preemed. That's like the first duel he's lost all game, it feels like. They're not going to expect Crim so deep, but GameZilla, he spots him out, calls him out. Look at the multi-frag from the veteran, and Mattis will finish us off in style with 2 more frags. Yuba, Fnatic are here to play.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket Aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Cubics fighting in the first half, but Fnatic are the ones that are doing the work. A minimal lead for the fallen giant, rather sleeping giant, as they lead 7-5 going into the second half of this best of 1. Now on the T side, we'll see what Crimson the boys can do. We'll also see if Cubics can fight back once more.
Yeah, Crims's spot on the lineup is contested for the first time in many a year. His ability to clutch, maybe not so. Mattis fires back onto Solly, and that will open us up nicely for a Fnatic pistol victory. Although the information is there, rotations are coming, and Trippy wants to make things tricky.
Oh, let's see what Trippy can do. Is he going to exit the smoke? That is the question. Waiting for the timing, possibly to give him some space and get the frag. Now Fnatic wants to take control of CT spawn. That is to be expected, but Amar clotheslines Jumbo, and he wants more as Bledar D is hunting. The side from Cubics is now rushing from CT spawn, but the pincer is out. The guy from Stairs is dead, and one by one they fall. Bledar D fighting, but he's gonna get taken out as well, and only Trippy remaining now. Post-plant positions are there. No more bullets in that USP, and Fnatic getting the first round in the second half.
Yeah, this is going to be yet another CT4 spy that we see on Mirage, this time Cubics on the receiving end. It didn't feel like, it's not one of those score lines where you need to win the pistol, but it would definitely behoove the underdog to score both of them, and it's not going to happen this time. Fnatic, remember, they did reset Cubix on the underdog T side. So Cubix are going to try to take a page out of their opponent's book. They've got a scout, an MP9, 3 Deagles, almost identical to the buy that Fnatic shouldered into that round. See what they can do. It's a heavy lean towards A, but mid is the target of Fnatic right now.
Yeah, Fnatic, they want to get the map control necessary in the early stages of this round to make it easier for themselves to gather the necessary information, as Sally's shots won't really make a difference in their game plan, at least not yet.
Ooh, that's a humongous frag from Jambo. And it didn't even look possible, but Crims is also elsewhere taking Amar down. He'll finally be run down by Trippy. That's one gun recovered, but he needs to do so much more. Turns out the answer is yes, he can. Sally, a very impactful duel with Jambo. Not going to go anywhere just yet, but if Trippy can't escape, the HE might send him out. That's it. Fnatic post a 9th. And they could start running away with this, Yuba.
Yeah, it seems like they're planning on to, because now Cubix need to go back to the starting pistol, save some money so they can have a good buy, and Fnatic are seemingly already waving goodbye as they really want to get themselves in that 2-0 bracket. Trippy, his heroics did not go unnoticed, but in the end, only economic damage dealt, as Fnatic is going to have to rebuy those 2 guns. 3 Deagles, 4 rather, on the board for Cubix. Let's see if they can click some heads.
We're doing very well with them on the T side. Remember, that is one of the things that got them back into it after Fnatic had reset them. So now Sally has a lot of work cut out for him, and he's not going to be good to finish the job. Letter saving money for that very impactful sniper. Amar, on the other hand, is able to take Blame F out.
Yeah, but it's only the MAC-10. Not a lot of use out of that, especially when you don't have Kevlar. The aim punch is going to play a part in every duel you face. As Fnatic is turning their sights toward the B-bomb side. If they want to go through mid, that could be dangerous. Only Jambo on top mid. He's joined by his teammates. 60 seconds on the clock, as they're going to try and split towards B. A heroic play from Cubix can turn the tide of this round, and we already saw that they're quite capable of hitting their shots with Deagles.
Looking pretty good right now for Cubix's defense as Amar lurks out for 2 Deagle headshots. Aim punch finally gets the better of him, but Fear had no health to work with. Madison, a 1-on-3. He's found the first, but he will not find the second. Trippy sails him on through with a shot to the back of the head. And that is a force buy victory. Not even a force buy, a Deagle Eco victory for Cubix.
Some Nico vibes with that Deagle on short. 2 quick headshots to completely destroy the round for Fnatic. Afterwards, they had to scramble, try and get something, but with these Deagles firing off, Cubix made it easy, or at least easy looking for themselves. As Fnatic only has a hero AK in the hands of Fear. The other players on pistols with 2 Deagles trying to find something. Solly is going to have his hands full. Letter D helping him. Solly's struggling as Crims is going to take him out, but the op is still firing off shots, and there's another player as Trippy doubles up. It's going to be the 7th round for Cubix, and they're kicking and screaming, not letting Fnatic take him down just yet.
I think we're starting to see some nerves on the side of Cubix, though, at least for Solly, and maybe to a lesser extent Trippy. They definitely should have been able to be more composed onto that A site, and we're going to replay of that very impactful Deagle shot from 2 rounds ago. But look at this. How many frags does Bledder need to get? He only can get so many. He's got to rebolt. It's the automatic weapons that are supposed to be able to mulch him down, and yet still multiple headshots out of Fnatic. That, unlike when Amar or someone else like Gamezilla on the side of Cubix are actually fragging with the Deagles, those pistol kills from Fnatic, they felt like they were taking advantage of an opportunity given to them by fumbles from Cubix. So good to see that they recover in the end, but that looks shaky.
Exactly. This is the first technical timeout for Fnatic, if the graphic is correct.
Oh yeah.
And they have things to consider. Of course, they're going to try and save some money. Again, the hero AK is out, this time in the hands of Blame F. Other players equipped with MAC-10s and pistols in the hopes of doing more damage to Cubix's economy, though the economy is rising on the side of the CT players. And Fnatic just waiting to explode onto B. Let's see.
It's going to be fast. It's going to be huge. Fnatic are going to charge in. The flashbangs go through. Gamezilla not blinded yet. He's going to be good for the first frag, but he will get traded out after. And Letter, you need to rotate fast. You need to be aiming correct.
Oh,
Sally drops on short. That's big, Luba. This has legs.
Yeah, 3 consecutive frags for Fnatic, and this gives them a lot of room. And Jambo takes the head of Bledard. Fnatic can fight with Deagles as well, as Amar doesn't have a hope and a dream of clutching this one out, and Fnatic finally making it 10.
Yeah, I thought it was almost a foregone conclusion Fnatic were going to score double digits. That was the least likely option, but they still make it happen. And a lot of this comes down to the explosion out. We needed multiple frags from the advantaged rifle. Unfortunately, the position get right, it's just overrun immediately. And Jambo, a cracking headshot to Bledder. And that's just it. That's a wrap. That's how Fnatic get their double digits, get their 10th round. Cubix, they're going to take a smoke break, it looks like.
It's good to see Blamef leading the line for Fnatic, given the fact that you know that he likes to play from behind. Now he decided to take those duels, and it turned out quite profitable for his team. Maybe he should consider doing that a bit more often, as Fnatic is left with only 1 tactical timeout. An interesting decision coming out from Fear, taking those back-to-back tactical timeouts in the hopes of now breaking the game into their favor.
Well, this is one of those moves that you do as psychological manipulation for your opponents. You just beat him with a hero AK. The round was chaotic. The moves were not calculated properly by Cubix, and now you've made them stew in it for an extra 40 seconds or so. And nobody really likes that. Nobody likes those kinds of moves.
Yep. Let's see what Cubix can do now, as this round could be the difference maker for them. Definitely for their economy, as the buy itself is not the perfect one, as Sally with the 5-7 completely blind, taken out by Matisse. And there's also Bledder with the op, but he needs to do so much more, and nothing he will do. Amar takes 1 down, but he needs to find the multi-frag, at least survival. Trippy comes. Amar is fearless, but Crims is the one that finishes him off, and it's only 1 remaining. They can expect Trippy to be there, but he's jumping towards Sandwich, wants to face them, wants to fight. Now they can double peek him, but Trippy takes down the first, and it's only the veteran remaining against him. Can Crims play around this smoke well enough? Trippy saw him. He's going to take him down. A clutch much needed for the side of Cubix, as Trippy makes it 8.
Oh, it looked like he lost the bomb for a second. Maybe he's trying to scarper off any little bit of utility, but well played from Trippy. Fear was the man who arranges the blocks on Tetris. He ends up bypassing Bledder and making that round so messy. But for Cubix to survive, thanks to Trippy's 1-on-2, for Crims to expose himself like that, lurking past the ninja spot, there were some very tight angles that were found here, tight sight lines. It ends up working in Cubix's favor only narrowly. 1 man stays alive. Their buy is going to be strained. Their eco next round even more in jeopardy. Fnatic looking for 11.
Are these the live odds?
Oh, yeah, looks like it. And that was a much closer little examination of the 2 teams.
Yeah, maybe Tipsport
compared to when we started, it was like a 3.5 odds or something, right? In favor of Fnatic. So.
Exactly. So now we'll see what's going to happen now that we saw what the bookmakers are saying. Fnatic now on a struggling buy with those 4 AKs and not a lot of utility to have. Crims with the Deagle on the other side. Of course, you got Cubix that are well equipped, but already spend a good chunk of their utility, only 3 grenades remaining. And they're playing passively, which gives Fnatic control of mid so far. Now, Sally wants to be aggressive. He takes down 1, but it gets taken out himself, and that's going to force a rotation. Fnatic can now try and split towards A.
I love that Trippy falls back, but he's going to second-guess him the option here. He sees nades being dispensed. I don't know if he's been saw, but he definitely got heard, and that's it. Trippy will end up falling in jungle. It's a 2-man retake right now as they wait for Gamezilla to rotate over. Trying to hold from a back line. Bleder, impressive frag. He doubles up. This is doable.
Yeah, the bomb has just been planted, so there's more than enough time for the side of Cubix to get the retake. Jumbo takes out GameZilla 2-on-2. Let's see what's going to happen here as they know where Jumbo is, and he's very low. They need to find BlameF, but look at the flank on the minimap. That could be very, very good for the side of Fnatic, as Bleder is a dead man. He falls, and it's only Amar remaining between two members of Fnatic. He didn't stand a chance. Fnatic maintaining that 3-round lead.
Humongous play from Jambo to rotate over there, and I think that's enabled mostly by the fact that Fnatic knew the economy was strained. They knew there would be corners cut. Those corners cut, apparently utility, no smoke available, and no kit from the survivors of Cubix. So they could have picked one up maybe if they had managed to go all the way towards jungle, but there was no hope that they'd be able to defuse in time. BlameF calls the bluff, doesn't peek, doesn't relieve the pressure. Jambo finishes the job, nail in the coffin, 11 rounds for Fnatic. And look at the buy. Yeah. Pistols and a single MP9.
They decided, of course, to try to force this buy, made a lot of noise in the underpass position, and Matisse knows what's going on as he takes down Trippy, and Bleder is not in a good position. That's gonna be a double. And now they're facing their horizons towards the B bomb side. Amar waiting with the Deagle. His Deagle was quite on fire during this map, so it's not a safe position for Fnatic just yet. And he's dancing behind backside. Fnatic only maintaining the status quo, waiting for a mistake, a misstep, and they found two as Fear takes out two heads for Fnatic's 12th.
Match point now. Fnatic looking comfortable as the favorites. And Cubix definitely had bite in them, definitely had good options here. But as we see the replay, the kills were just, this was desperate. This push feels like it's the last hope that they have. And it didn't look too solid anyway. The timing wasn't favorable for them. They didn't count on Mattis already being there ahead of the play. And Fnatic are able to coast to a match point. But hey, the Deagles just refuse to be silent. Those barking irons will bark on more.
Not just yet, says the Deagle on the side of Cubix. Let's see if they can double up and find something more as Sully with his Deagle waits in dark. And from dark, he strikes. And it's 3 frags without any answer for the side of Cubix. They're not done with this Mirage just yet.
That is 3 quick Deagle kills. Very impressive. Fnatic down in a 2-on-5. They still have some utility. Most importantly, they've got some AK-47s, but Amar is making sure they don't have heads. It's just Crims. This would be a 1-on-5, not even a chance, as a recovered AK gives Bleder yet another frag in the round. Impressive, okay? They're not out of the game yet. Every round counts. Cubix are no strangers to having been the underdog. That's their case versus 9 earlier in the tournament. And as previously mentioned, Fnatic are a different beast.
Ludicrous. What we've seen these Deagles do so far is the Deag has been Cubix bread and butter versus Fnatic so far. That's what's kept them alive. So many rounds won just off the back of those $700 pistols. Now they have a buy, so does Fnatic, but it's not perfect.
A lot of AKs on the side of the CTs. GameZilla, the only man less fortunate, has to rock the A1S instead. Well, in some cases, that's actually an upgrade. Spamming through smokes comes to mind. Oh, yeah. Fnatic in a slow push mid. They have some presence at the bottom. BlameF hasn't found too much impact on the T side just yet.
That connector smoke, not the best you want to have, as it's going to give Amar a gap enough to see what's going on short. And little does it give him, it gives him information that nobody's stepping towards the B bomb side, at least not from that part of the map. This Fnatic is quite interested to explode towards B. BlameF already a window. He could be an X factor for Fnatic as 40 seconds are on the clock. Fnatic wants to finish this here and now, but they need to go through these B defenders as GameZilla is waiting. He's now isolated. He needs to fight. He will with 2 frags, and third is not gonna happen as Matisse and BlameF get the kills. It's a 2-on-2. bomb not yet to be planted as Amar is going through the window. He's
way.
alone and he's gonna get taken out. Fnatic in the end taking this best of 1, 13-9 and proceeding to the 2-0 qualification match.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you talk about Blamef's impact on T's side. Turns out he only needed the 1 kill in jungle to guarantee Fnatic on the site. They're able to take the victory. And that is Fnatic awaiting a best of 3 to see if they'll qualify 3-0. A well-played game tactically. They had to go up against Cubics, who looked like they were on fire in terms of firepower. But if you look at the scoreboard, you remember the frags, everybody on Fnatic was firing on all cylinders. Crims with a 1-on-3 clutch at one point, just crazy scenes. We saw a very entertaining match between these two. Cubics obviously made it super fun to watch, but at the end of the day, they did not have the tactical layer to contest Fnatic, and without that, they needed to be even more impressive on the firepower side.
One thing I do have to ask myself is what can we expect from Cubics in the remainder of this tournament? Are they going to bomb out 1-3 and kind of be forgotten, or do they still have that X factor, that chance to not only upset, but also beat the opposition they are expected to beat? Because now we don't see them as complete underdogs coming into the next match. I mean, we'll see who they will be facing, but I see Cubics in a position where they could be favorites coming into a match.
Yeah, it's a kind of a funny thing how that happens to you. You take one scalp, you bring another one closer, and all of a sudden you drop down to a lower rung of competition. If they go up against Dynamo Eclod, if they go up against some of these other teams that are 1-1, I would even say 500 might get run around a little bit there, though I'm not entirely sure whether or not that'll be the exact opponent. Of course, we'll have to find out later on in the day as it progresses. But I am looking forward to seeing what Cubics has in store for us. They're just a different style of team. You know, logic would dictate, your conventional wisdom comes around, you say, okay, they're going to turn back into the pumpkin. They're eventually going to be found out by higher ranked competition. But that doesn't mean they can't still do damage in this stage of the tournament, potentially sneak a qualification. I think you're going to see some of those underdogs surprise us once we get to the deciders.
I mean, let's not forget like B&E, because in the pre-match interview, Fear kind of compared Cubics to Bad News Eagles. It's kind of the same thing. You can know what to expect from them, but they're still going to hit you in the head. They're still going to click your head. And if they have the confidence to actually continue fighting the way they have been fighting, it's not a matter of do they have the tactics necessary. If they actually believe in themselves, I know it's like the power of friendship thing, but it really is the case, or rather was the case for Bad News Eagles. Why not Cubics in that regard?
Yeah, it's a fair point too. I mean, people are going to meme on it a little bit because it's kind of showboaty. It doesn't necessarily have a lot of hard facts and logic behind it, but it is true. In Counter-Strike 2 especially, firepower goes a long way. We're seeing that on the side of Mouse, who replaced their in-game leader with someone who hasn't done it before, really. You know, that's obviously been a big talking point at the uppermost echelons of Counter-Strike. Obviously, G2 having success with Snacks, who mostly calls a loose style, if you can call it that. That's one of those other things that comes to mind. I mean, at this point, it does feel like IGLs, they don't necessarily need to be as tactical as they need to be talismanic emblems of their team's potential. And I do think that Cubics has a little layer of that here in Tier 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think Cubics might be the dark horse of this tournament, but let's not get ahead of ourselves because there's still a lot more Counter-Strike for them to be played if they actually want to prove their worth. Fnatic bested them 13-9 on Mirage, and it seemed that Fear was right. They do have the formula on beating Cubics. On the other hand, Fnatic do have more difficult opponents coming up if they want to go to LAN. Currently, ENCE and Fnatic are in the 2-0 pool. 2 more teams will be joining them today. Next best of 1 we will be seeing is Partizan Esports versus Rush B. That'll come after a short break. You stay with us.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Hello, Executor. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Congrats for the win against Gun 5 in a pretty crazy match. What do you think started the comeback?
Hello, thank you. First of all, I think it was a really good city set for us, but it was bad T set. So we beat them 11-1 1 month ago on T side, but this time it was not that good. But city side was meant to be like this, I feel like.
Yeah. From your side, how did you feel, and what were you communicating in the team before the overtake? Before the overtime.
Before the overtime,
Yeah.
nothing really special. We knew that we could come back, and we did it. It was calm team speak, I should say.
Do you feel like you focus more under pressure? Is that the situation that may suit your team?
Sorry?
Do you feel like you focus more under pressure? Is that a better situation for your team to focus more on the match?
Me personally, no, but overall in our team, I think, yes, it works better for us in these scenarios where we feel some pressure. I feel like it's the time we can shoot heads really well, you know.
Yeah. Is this win something that can push you through the tournament because it can give you a lot of confidence for next matches?
Yeah, I think we have good confidence right now, and we will show it with Partizan, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's going to be another different match because against Partizan you will be in the position of favorites. Could that be a harder position for you maybe because there will not be this much pressure?
I wouldn't say that we're the favorites or something like that because we never faced them, and I mean, not even on practice, so it's gonna be a good game. I feel like will be interesting for sure.
So you are not familiar with the team, with the opponents at all?
I mean, we prepared for them, obviously, but we never faced them anywhere else.
And when it comes to the preparations, what do you think is their biggest strength? What do you need to prepare for to win the match?
Strength? I don't really know what is their strength, to be honest.
So who, maybe what player is the one that you will prepare for?
No one. For me personally, I don't care. Just another team that we prepare for.
Okay, so good luck playing your game and good luck for the match. And also congratulations yet again because that was a great match for the first round.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, Vladan. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Congrats on the victory against Nexus. Was that a tough match for you?
I mean, it's always tough to play against them. We played against them like 2 or 3 times in the last like month or so. We beat them both times comfortably. It's not that easy like the results say, but we always go into the match like feeling we're the better team and we're gonna win.
Since you are representatives of Serbia, even on the international stage, and they are representatives of Romania, is that more prestige to play against them?
It's always fun to play against them, yeah. I'd say it is.
They were doing a lot of mistakes in their match. Was the plan later in the match for you just to weigh them out and punish these mistakes?
I mean, as I said previously, we played against them like a lot of times, even before. So we knew how they play, and we just like made a game plan around it, and it worked out perfectly.
So there was no surprise in the match for
you? No, not at all.
Yeah. In the second round, you are playing against Rush B after their comeback. Did you see the game?
No, I haven't watched it.
Okay, so you didn't, as a team, study their match yet?
I mean, we did, but we did. I personally didn't watch that last game they played.
Yeah. Okay. So from the study, what did you take? What is the main thing you need to use against them today?
I mean, when we watch teams, we of course we watch how they play and what we can use against them, but maybe mainly focus on our game and what we are doing, and we play based on that.
Are you familiar with the team, with the players you will be playing against today?
Yeah. I don't think we played them when I joined Partizan this year. I don't think we played them at all. But before, even on FaZe, we know them.
Okay. Do you think this is the key match of the tournament because then you will be up to 2-0 and you will have 3 chances to move to the next qualifying round? So is this the key best of 1 of the tournament for you?
I wouldn't say key, but of course, when we play, we aim to win every match we play. So we can say that like every match is key for us in that sense.
Okay, so in that case, are you more excited about best of ones or best of threes? Because then there will be maybe more opportunities to play more best of threes.
Yeah. In this game, it's CS2 because it's MR12. It's much easier to play best of threes because with the current state of economy and stuff like that, when you play best of one, you lose pistol. If you force, you lose that, and in a second you're 3-0. You lose first gun round, and you're sorry if I can't swear, but you're fucked. And
fine.
pretty much your whole game goes like badly. But in best of three, you have more opportunities, and if you lose a map, you didn't lose the game, so it's fine. You can reset and play.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, then thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for today's match.
Thank you for having me. See ya.
The first two best of ones went by like a flash. Even though they weren't so one-sided, they were very interesting, but they were relatively quick. We'll see if the third one can be as well. As ENCE and Fnatic are watching who might be their potential opponents in that 2-0 bracket, Partizan is waiting Rush B. Rush B got the almost impossible comeback in their first and opening, of course, match, managing to best it, and now they're fighting to get to that 2-0 bracket. Partizan, on the other hand, beat the Adriatic rivals from Romania, Nexus, to get to this position. We'll see who's going to be better in this situation. Yuba and Prono go here to bring you all the action.
Yeah, listen, Rush B getting the better of Gun 5 on Nuke. It was an impressive comeback. It did require extra rounds, but hey, at the end of the day, they make it through, and that's what matters. So we did hear from Executor earlier, the IGL for Rush B, if I'm not mistaken. He's definitely one of the more, like, you can tell he's one of the more dominant voices in their team speak, and he does end up making a statement there where he says, we want to avoid the pressure if we can. We don't necessarily favor the best of threes as a result, the best of ones where they can maybe thrive. Partizan, though, they feel like, maybe they're just the better team. They kind of come in with that mindset. And this is one of those rare cases where I'm actually not sure what the betting odds will say, but I do feel like in this particular matchup, this is pretty even, and it's hard to call one way or the other.
I don't care what the odds will say. I'm always on edge when I watch Partizan games, and as you know, given where I reside, I do watch their matches quite often, and they have been hit or miss during this year. They had some really good results. They also had a string of bad results, so you never know what they're going to do coming into a match. I'm very curious to see, of course, how they're going to hit the ground in this competition. Winning their first best of one is a step in the right direction, but there's still so much work to do if they want to prove themselves. Don't forget, at the beginning of the year, it seemed like Partizan can actually make the major, make the MRQ, and as they lost some important as they lost in some important tournaments, we saw them kind of fall down the rankings and then not even have a chance to participate in the MRQ. Now, when we're back to kind of scoring points again, of course, for the next major qualifying rankings, it's going to be very important for them to start actually coming up with some points. And this is a good chance for them to do just that, because they are coming in as slight favorites when we look at the rankings.
Yep, slight favorites for sure, but maybe even on paper supposed to be heavier. It just feels like when you're talking about best of one, the map veto could go anywhere you want. I mean, there's so many bans that you can end up seeing, and in fact, that's exactly what we're going to see. Now, when coming into this particular matchup, I expected either Nuke or Inferno. We see that Nuke is a very quick ban from Partizan, actually, but normally it's a map that they're happy to play at least a little bit on, so that does maybe surprise me a little bit, but it will indeed be Inferno, a map that we have yet to cast today, so looking forward to seeing that one in action. And it is a map that's not as puggy as Mirage necessarily, but I would kind of describe it, especially in its current Counter-Strike 2 state, as maybe the next rung down that ladder, because we are talking about a map where you can play pretty balls-to-the-wall Counter-Strike. Sorry if I can't say that. Wink.
Yeah, I took one out of Vladan's book from the interview. Like, the thing is, Rush B has been a bit hit or miss on Inferno. When we look at their results so far in this map, they can manage to win a map, maybe, I don't know, 13-7. They lose the next time they play Inferno 13-4. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to cope with that. On the other hand, we got Partizan. They play good Inferno in the previous, I don't know, couple of weeks. They bested some pretty good opposition, though Tipsport doesn't really believe in them. Tipsport believes that Rush B are going to be the slight favorites coming into here, Partizan, on those 2 odds. And the chances of it going over 21.5 rounds, I think, are pretty big. So we're going to see, of course, what this is going to bring us. Is somebody actually going to run away with this Inferno and get to that 2-0 bracket, or is it going to be a tight affair? You never know with these 2 teams. They can play, I would assume they can best almost anybody, but they can lose to almost anybody as well.
Yeah, that is one of the tough angles here. Obviously, Inferno is not a map that, originally a lot of people were talking, waxing philosophical about all of the different things you can do on Inferno tactically. It has normalized a little bit in CS2. A lot of that owes to that very strange claustrophobic angle that starts to open up in Banana. And some changes have come to the map in semi-recent history, so maybe we'll see a little bit of a different look between these 2 teams. But I do think that, especially considering the map veto, you do have to hand it to Partizan. You said something interesting about this squad. Obviously, Luba, you are more of you've paid closer attention to them than I have, I think it's safe to say, given where they come from and where you come from. But with that being said, I did hear an interesting choice of words for them as far as, when they get ahead, they don't always deliver. Is that true in your estimate?
It's always a very dangerous situation when you see Partizan ahead. I think that's kind of a curse that's been going for them in many of important matches. Hopefully for them, of course, they're going to find a way to fix those issues, because actually converting leads is what gives you matches, not necessarily so finding the comeback when you're behind. The thing you need to concentrate about, of course, is actually to find a way and run away from your opponent when you find a way to break their game plan. We're still waiting to get into this match. Talking about individuals, we saw Rush B playing quite well against Gun 5, and not only on a tactical level, I think especially individually, they were saved by some plays. Texi had a really good match, and especially his impact frags were there enough for the team to actually win the best of 1. So he's probably going to be my go-to guy on the side of Rush B, who is posing the biggest danger, even though Zinni is their highest rated player.
Yeah, Zinni is the highest rated, but he's followed up very closely by Texi, as you mentioned, and we are about to get into it. The 3rd best of 1 of the day, day 4. Tipsport Conquest of Prague, brought to you on Inferno. We're going to see what happens when Partizan take to the offense, and Rush B, well, they're going to try to stuff him nice and early.
Rush B ready. 4 guys on Kevlar. We're going to see if they can actually come out swinging, as Partizan is going to slow things down. They're going to take control of Banana. They have presence on the other sides of the map, and Kinky is going to want to go for an info play. Going to see a guy on mid. He's going to pull back. Executor, on the other hand, towards B, is going to take down Emmy, the leader of the Belgrade boys. Disengage and push back. Try and play a little bit more passive. So Partizan is going to have room to work with. But if they try and assault the B bomb site, it's not going to be easy with 3 players defending.
Indeed. Well, Texi might not even need to be activated if Executor keeps taking heads. That's exactly what's happening so far. Oh, there we go. Swinging back from the pillar, from the fountain. And it's basically everybody all the way dead. Kind of the last one alive for Partizan. Not looking so hot right now. But hey, there's still plenty of time, plenty of room. He can look for a little bit of damage, a little bit of redemption. Right now, paranoid about a flank. Technically still enough time for him to try to overwhelm Kinky and get a bomb plant down, but it seems such a small glimmer. He's going to stick towards top Banana.
Yeah, Kindo seems committed towards that B bomb site, and we're just going to wait for the guy who's going to be the first to take his head. It was beautiful from Executor to get 3 frags and completely fault this attack. So many angles to check, and they're going to triple team him as Executor gets the 4Ks to start things out on Inferno.
Yeah, we love to see that from Executor. And it's fair dues to leave Kinky on the A-bomb site at that point. Once the rotations come out, you know exactly where the T's are attacking into. Get a reset to see Executor's tight angle onto Emmy. Overwhelms the in-game leader. able to do even better on the site itself. So looking very nice. Rush B still making a name for themselves at this level of Counter-Strike. Not too many will take them as the favorites, but hey, maybe Tipsport knows something we don't, because they take the pistol, and with no bomb plant, we still have Partisan going for a force.
Yeah, mostly a very young team on the side of Rush B. Of course, only Kinky having that advantage in experience, let's not say age, as he is 33 years old. Everybody else 22 or under.
The team dad.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if that experience can help his teammates convert this match. It's only the first round ended as Partisan decided to go for the force buy. These Tech-9s are going to try and overwhelm the defense as smoke falls on half wall. That's going to give Rush B enough time and space to get control of Banana if they wish to. When that smoke fades, they might go for an info play, as they have left only Executor towards the B-bomb site. The rotate is going to be slow if Partisan decides to attack B. Still yet undecided as to what they need to do, as Rush B is playing quite passively.
Yeah, this is interesting. Not really giving Partisan too much to work with here. And remember, the advantage is in the weaponry for Rush B. The defender's definitely going to have plenty to mow down here. Kinky might get caught. Indeed, does take a little bit of damage as he dives back past Moto. And Texi, oh, he could get run down here. This is where it gets dangerous. Partisans, force 5 might end up getting them a little bit of a frag, but somehow Rush B keeps on withdrawing, making it more interesting.
Dragon finds the frag. It's very little time on the clock. They need to fight now. As Texi finds a frag, and so does Executor, but Executor is being run down. Texi on triple, trying to get more, but there's so little time for Partisan. They ran down the clock so much, they can't do anything anymore. It's only Dragon surviving with that MP9. The best bet is to try and save it, as he's not going to get any loss bonus from this round. He's going to get $600 from Kiro, but not a lot of money to work with, of course, in the upcoming round, as if memory serves me correctly, he has around $900 in his back pocket, meaning that after this round is over, after Partisan goes on an eco, he's not going to have the perfect buy.
Really well played from Rush B to fall back, multiple fronts, multiple angles. They end up absorbing a lot of that pressure and just letting it break on the rocks. Partisan couldn't really get the frags they needed in time. Now they've got what Dragon had saved over and a couple of upgraded pistols. That's all to their name so far. Hero did drop in the previous, so he has to reinvest. No AWP out for him yet. And I guess other than that, it's kind of a bonus round here for Partisan. They still have 2 SMGs on the docket. Not so much money built up.
Not a lot. Not a lot to work with in this round either. With 2 pieces of Kevlar, a few pistols to work with. Emmy, of course, with the utility to help his teammates secure the frags. On the other hand, Rush B doing almost what they did in the last round as well, leaving only Executor towards B, though he did take deep control of Banana. That could have been costly given the number of Partisan players just behind that smoke. With 45 seconds left on the clock, Partisan is ready for their attack, and Executor is going to get overwhelmed. Good only for 1. Now the rotate needs to come in. In the meanwhile, Vladen gets taken down, so it's a +1 for the side of Rush B. The rotate is in. The attack towards B as well is smoke down on CT spawn, and Texi wants to fight with that M4. But push back he will, as he actually managed to find a frag, and there's Kinky with 1 more. Dragon good only for 1, and it's a 3rd round for Rush B.
And they keep 3 alive, which is really impressive on the CT side. That looked like there was a bomb plant and a bloody retake in store, if they even wanted to go for it at that point. So really nice sort of salvaging of the situation from our defenders. And Partisan, I don't quite know how that fell apart for them. Chaos in the comms, perhaps, cloaking the steps of Kinky through the CT smoke. A lot of that conditioning from Executor kept them at an arm's length on Banana when there was nobody here to absorb the pressure. They didn't know it, but Partisan could have just taken control of B as soon as Executor fell. But who the hell in their right mind would be playing bottom of Banana solo? It's just not something you expect to happen. Mind games galore. Rush B will take a 3rd.
Yep, Rush B holding Inferno. So far, so good. Partisan, on the other hand, now finally with the full buy. 5 AKs on their side. Still enough utility to work with as they are setting their sights toward the A bomb site. Zenny only playing that info play. He peeked towards Apps, didn't see anybody, but now there is some presence as Vladan is going to miss a few shots, but that is information for both sides as well. The rotates are coming in, and there will be 4 guys on that A bomb site defending it, so the Belgrade boys are going to have their hands full if they want to plant the bomb finally.
Yeah, and so many players here to defend makes it so unlikely a bomb plant can actually go down. But Dragon wants to change our minds. The star for Partisan takes down Executor. That kind of signals to them, wait, he's the B guy. Ooh. Who else is on B? Texi may have spotted some info. Rotation on the way from Kinky to provide some support. You'll notice no util remaining here for our Rush B B-side defenders. Couple of flashes on A, but that's not going to help them too much as the Execute's coming in. Ooh, unfortunately, though, not able to finish Collins off. Still good for the trade. Emmy doubles up onto the site, and we're going to get a bomb plant.
Yep, that's a bomb plant. It could be the round, and now they're hunting for more. City finds a frag, but he's not going to live for long. Oh, no. What the hell was that? Oh, that's so unlucky for Dragon, as he was taken down, and now Rush B could even consider trying to get to that retake, given the fact that the bomb didn't really tick off too much. And they know that Emmy is quite low. They know he's been hit multiple times, enough to bring him on 14 HP. Let's see what's going to happen here. Not a lot of HP on the side of Rush B, but they do have a smoke, a flash, and that diffuse kit. If they want to do anything here, they're going to have to hurry up as they take care of Emmy. Only Kindo remains. Finds one, and now there's not enough time, or is there? This is going to be down to the wire as Kiro might have pulled up the clutch, and so he did. 4-0 Rush B, and Partisan players are going to be kicking themselves for what happened here. They wanted to hunt for guns, but it only left room for Rush B to take the round.
And these Russians are unshakable right now. They are just going for it. A 2-on-2 retake, yeah, say no more, as Dragon botches this last kill. That was so impactful as well. The fact that Zinni ends up scarpering with an AK and somehow takes Dragon out. I don't know how that spray whiffed, but that was the round. That was the kill right there that could have ended the round.
Rush B pretty happy with what's going on the server. They're doing quite well with a 4-0 start with a bomb plant and good loss bonus. Partisan can opt for a buy once more. But that is a round and a half for Rush B.
Now I'm starting to figure out what those odds are talking about when it's over a certain round number 0.5. That was the 0.5. Rush B. I don't know how they managed to extend it so much, but they did, and they make it happen. And he's going to have to figure out what the strat is to call. He's now looking at a 0-4 start. Not what we wanted to see from the Belgrade boys. Some replays throughout the match. We've seen some very lights out frags. Pistol work from Executor. It's 4 to start things off. And when one of your stable voices on the squad, on the Rush B side, gets that much value, gets that many frags at the start, you just know you're going to be firing on all cylinders. The secondary calls are going to be on point. Even Kiki's been playing pretty well for himself. And this is where we were just talking about Dragon getting overwhelmed here by Zinni towards the tail end. Without this kill, right here, everything is different. We are looking at a 3-1 start with multiple players still alive for Partisan. They can start chaining together their eco, but that is a pale facade of what's really happening here.
Oh, yeah. I think that was a tech pause that's currently going on. Hopefully we'll be back on the server soon, as we saw those highlights of what happened so far. And I have to talk a little bit, if we have time, about that round number 2 that was played, where they left only Executor Deep Banana. I mean, we know that CT rotates on Inferno are quite slow, but if you leave a player Deep Banana, you do have time to actually get to the site before the T's come in.
What do you think of Maui Snake's suggestion to just install a conveyor belt there in Speedway? Suddenly, it all makes more sense.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what's going to happen now as Partisan, with that tech pause, at least had the time to cool their heads and maybe come in fresh into round number 5. Galil in the hands of Vladan. The other players on AKs with a modest amount of utility to work with. On the other side, we see a good buy in the hands of Rush B. A lot of utility for Executor to use towards the B bomb side. Partizan, for now at least, seem unfazed, as 3 players do have a presence on Banana, 2 guys only to maybe make noise towards brackets.
Executor's been changing up his position a lot on B, going back to passive now for this round 5. Rest of the squad, though, has been pretty passive on the A bomb site, and right now he's going to try to call for rotations. He just needs to stall for as long as possible. It seems unlikely he'll be able to get out of here with more than 1, and there's Collins for the trade. Now we're going to see those rotations come through from Kinky, coming in from Speedway, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. And do you bother trying to retake here? You have the man advantage.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to set up for it.
Well, after winning 3 on 4, sorry.
Yeah.
You definitely have the confidence to try and do something like this, but Dragon takes down Texi, and so does he find Zinni. Kinky finally with an answer. Let's see if they can do in a 2-on-2 as Kiro through the smoke takes care of Dragon, only Kindo remaining. One guy is low, but the HE is going to take down Kindo to 66 HP. He needs to isolate these duels. He's trying to find something, and he won't find anything. Enough time for the retake, enough time, of course, for the defuse as Rush B mark 5 on the board, and Partizan again think, how did they botch a post-plan situation?
With Dragon giving them so many advantages in these rounds, it does feel like the rest of the team is going to need to start doing some lifting on their own. Can't fit everybody into the backpack. Collins does well to open up onto the site. The trade is expected there. Good that Emmy is the only casualty for the site take itself, but once Dragon takes 2 heads, it really shouldn't have been a contest. The fact that Rush B keep going at all is kind of surprising, and I think a lot of that is showing confidence.
Oh, yeah. A lot of it for the side of Rush B. I mean, after you complete a comeback, as they did on Nuke against Gun 5, why not have the confidence? Because you know any result does not matter if you play the way they did at the end of Nuke, their first best of 1 in this tournament. Starting things out with a frag on Collins. Partizan need to find an answer, and Rush B currently with all the cards, all the control in these first 6 rounds.
Something else to point out, we're 6 rounds deep into Inferno, nobody picking up the AWP. This is the new school way to play it. Obviously, Rush B do buy the op less than a lot of the other squads in this tournament, in Counter-Strike in general. But if your rifle defense is working to the point where you're 5-0 up, you're winning retakes, that's one of the main flexibilities rifle buys give you. Yeah. AWP a lot less pliable when you're trying to enter into a compromised position and reclaim map control.
Oh.
Well, Texi might have a good opportunity here to show us AWP not necessary. That's another frag. 3 on 5 now. Partizan need answers. Rush B don't need to change a thing.
Yeah, but that was so smart for Kinky. He made a lot of noise, acting like he's the only guy on long, leaving that part of the map. And as Ladan got out of that smoke, there was Texi just waiting to confirm the kill. And at the end of the day, to confirm the round for Rush B, as Partizan decide to save what they got, leave it to Rush B to claim another round. It's going to be a 6-0 start for the Russian side. They don't seem fazed by the fact that people saw them as outsiders, and maybe Tipsport was right. Maybe the bookmakers knew what they were talking about.
They often do. The house seems to win always. And it's worth pointing out here that Partizan saving with 3 members, they don't have money to buy util on those guys. So whatever happens this next round, it's going to have to be with some pace, or it's going to have to be somehow going contact for the first couple of kills. First bit of map control. You can see the compromised buy from everybody else. We got a Tech 9, we've got Mac 10, some utilities been tossed around. And so, yeah, they really only have maybe 1.5 layers of execute that they can throw. If map control they can claim. It's a complicated setup, and when you're already strained down 0-6, I don't know if this is the play. Executor, meanwhile, is going to up the pressure. He's down deep banana. It looks like Rush B have all the cards, as you said, Liuba, and I'm not so sure that the boys from Belgrade are going to be able to remove them from the throne.
Well, let's see what they can do. Just a bit of trading of utility towards banana, and now Partizan's side is turning towards the A-bomb side. 3 guys defending, Let's see if this explosion can do some work through apps and through short. They come in. Zinni waits. He's going to get taken down. This might be an opening as Kinky is waiting on the side. He's going to take care of one. Dragon takes down Kiro, and Kinky's still alive, but not for long as Collins kills him. Only Executor and Texi remaining. Hold that thought. Only Executor remaining. And I don't mean to be a caster cursing, but this is an unwinnable clutch.
Indeed, yeah. The most he can look for here is exits, if they even bother going towards library. One sliver of hope for that reality is Partisan don't exactly know where Executor is, so they may end up having to chance it. He might also try to peek out at the last second. He doesn't have any nades to throw Dozia style. I take that back. He's got both the Incendiary and the Molotov, but ever since the bomb site changes, you really don't see too many players sticking around in that deep position. So he'll make sure Vladin doesn't save the gun.
Yep. Vladin's a dead man.
Oh, look at that. I don't know why he stuck around, but look at that.
That was completely
Taste
unnecessary.
Of his own medicine.
Well, I would understand partially, of course, if he actually had money, but Rush B have been winning so many rounds with 1 or 2 players surviving that they didn't really build up the cash so far. Partisan finally getting the first on the board. You'd think that should have happened sooner. Maybe this is a start. With Vladan still on 0 kills, the newest signing on this side. Hoping to get some impact in this round. Kiro's gonna get boosted as Kindo is waiting for him. And Opper knows what an Opper does. And he takes down the sniper on the side of Rush B.
Yeah, first time it comes out, soon as Rush B lose a round, but it ends up getting compromised immediately. And Kiki hasn't recovered it. He wants to stick to the A1S that he's got. At least he pushes it a little bit further away. Vladin knows Zinni's position. This is one of the main reasons why Vladin is yet to post a frag. Zinni just gets the better of him. He's already got 1 frag, but that will be all as Vladin posts up. Texi, are they going to predict him? Yes, Dragon does. And that's a second round for Partisan, almost assuredly. Executor, all he can do is save an MP9. A measly offering after the last round.
I really want, if the production can do that, I really want to see that in slow motion, that Vladin's kill in apps, because I'm pretty sure he didn't even mean to hit him in the head. That was an accident. A happy little accident, as Bob Ross would say, as Vladin gets his first frag and Partisan, it's second round.
Today we're going to be painting happy little headshots at the kill feed. It's going to be a great time.
That's a good Bob Ross impression.
Thanks. I haven't listened to him in 20 years.
Oh.
All right. Well, Vladin should get got here by Executor.
This is so unfortunate.
Yeah.
2 rounds in a row. You're like, all right, I'm going to save my gun. Not going to happen. And
yeah, it's Executor too to do it to him. That's very funny. It all started with Kindo cracking off multiple frags. There it is. Oh, look at that. It was an accident. You were right.
Beautiful.
Now we see it again.
Oh, my God.
And he flicks off to the side a little bit too late there, but it doesn't matter. Dragon will finish the job. Well done, production.
If somebody from Serbia is watching, Vladan was like, Izvini, need some tail. All right. Is that going to be a tactical timeout, rather, for Rush B? They need to think things through after losing 2 rounds in a row, though they were running away with it with 6 rounds chained. We'll see if maybe they can secure a lead already for the first half. As Executor is the only one with the rifle, everybody else on pistols, as Kinky did invest in a P250, but nothing more for the side of Rush B.
Looking pretty solid here, as Partisan have posted 2 in a row. Obviously, they've broken the eco. It's just Executor with an AK. He could be what Rush B rally around. Zinni getting pretty aggro with his USP. He just wants information. And Vladin, well, he'll be spotted. Oh my God, look at how they're hunting him. 3 members in apps. Oh, they would have gotten overwhelmed by Dragon, but instead, the better of them is gotten. At this point, though, it does look like it'll be an easy cleanup for Partisan's AK.
Oh, don't speak too soon, as Kiro finds a frag with the USB, and he's still alive. That Molly is going to bring him out of position, as Vladin is going to take him down, but still a chance for Executor, as he has an AK, and a full set of Kevlar. See if he can find the first frag, and that could be a start of something great for his team. Nobody's checking short so far, and he might go with one frag, but nothing more. Zlatan takes him down. That's a third round on the board for Partizan. For a moment, it seemed dangerous, with a chance of maybe finding two. Wasn't quick enough, though.
Yeah, Vladen definitely had an opportunity to bungle that one. If he didn't score that frag, I think Executor would have been in a prime power position to make things happen. Instead, though, it'll be a third round for Partizan. And even though this started with a 6-0 blowout, it can still end in just the same fashion if Partizan find themselves, if Emmy calls around a good T side. Moment by moment here, as it's going to be a bit of a B rush. This is an opportunity where Executor has run so much, but it doesn't matter. Partizan, they're going to get the better of everybody, including their own team a little bit there. It's a 4-on-3.
Oh, now they're facing back as Zinni pushed through mid. He finds the frag onto Kindo, and now this round starts to get messy. Dragon is pretty low, on 17 HP, in fact, so Partizan are going to have to think things through. The fact that they managed to find 2 kills, that's going to mean that the defense is spread thin, but I don't think they know where Zinni is, so many angles they need to check before they even get close to a site.
Yeah, this is kind of huge right now because Partizan, as much as it is a tie, 3-on-3 kind of situation here, they don't have the map control necessary to really work these angles. It's going to take time, which means whatever they end up shift walking towards, they're cutting noise, they're making it so that they have the biggest surprise factor as possible. That does mean that if it gets stuffed, there's no going back. 40 seconds on the clock. Kinky's been pretty solid as an anchor so far on Inferno. Maybe he can do more in that position. He does have the support of Zinni.
Yeah,
Dragon entry.
Zinni is far away. Kinky finds the first frag and the second. It's only Vladen remaining. He had a struggler of a map, and he's not going to get rewarded with a clutch, as Zinni is fast enough on the rotate from long to take him down and secure at least a minimal lead for the side of Rush B, but they're going to want to upgrade that before the half ends.
Yeah, especially with how this started with a 6-0 start, you want, if you're on Rush B's side, you want to be able to turn the screws. You want to be able to go a little bit deeper. Let's see some of those explosive frags here. Kindo getting 2 kills, one of them a team kill, so not ideal there. But Vladen even popped off a little bit. Problem is, he was not able to get anything done in the clutch. Zinni gets the better of him. And I think that's probably going to cancel Partizan's aspirations for a fast play. Emmy not able to get the better of Kiro. Finally, some op impact in this round, in this match on Inferno overall. Collins was chancing it. Flashed, falls back from the molly. At the very least, Partizan have taken some forward control, and that nade missing is a nice little opportunity for Dragon to get some value.
+1 for Rush B as Dragon annihilates Zinni. That's a 4-on-4 with only Kinky isolated towards the A-bomb site. He had some good plays so far, and he's going to need to double up. He's going to need to do something more if he wants this round to be active for his team. The rotate comes in, but both defenders fall. It's Texi and Kiro remaining, but not enough. Confidence, not enough. Resources to try and take this retake and take this round. Is going to be a 4th for Partizan.
Yeah, good chaining together. Okay, you can't do it anymore as Rush B secure a 7th, but coming right back after, that's almost more brutal. You get your bomb plant down to develop your economy. 4 still alive for Partizan is no joke. Only 2 for Rush B. There's a world of difference between living with 3 and living with 2 when you're on the defensive side. So Texi and Kiro will fall back, will hold on to their weapons. Kinky should be able to buy okay into the next round, but it's not going to be pretty.
That was fast. Of course, in slow motion, it doesn't seem as fast, but that was a quick reaction. Also a quick explosion for Partizan towards the site, and we're going into round number 12, last of the half, to see if the side of Rush B can get 8 rounds on the half.
If Partizan score a 5th, on the other hand, they've got to be feeling okay about themselves. You know, they didn't start off good, didn't start off strong. It was looking very, very rough for them. So Rush B will take their second of 3 tacticals, and they're going to think over their strategy. How are we going to secure an 8th round here? How are we going to make it so that we stuff the comeback before it even starts? Because Rush B had to make a comeback happen on Nuke. They don't want to be on the receiving end of one.
Absolutely. It's not going to be an easy situation. It's always a very difficult spot when your opponents come back because they're the ones that have all the momentum. They have enough confidence to just face you without a problem. So, was a tactical timeout for the side of Rush B, 1 remaining, I would say.
That's right.
And this is not the best buy you want to have coming into round number 12 with 2 SMGs, 157, and 2 rifles to work with, one being an AWP, of course. Partizan with a complete buy, as you already stated, but a complete buy doesn't save Emmy from being caught with a nade in hand as his head is blown up. It's a +1 for Rush B once more, but look at Vladan. That's a play and a half. That's going to give them a lot of room. Let's see if the backstab can happen for the side of Rush B because there's a player right behind them. And Zinni with the 5-7 is going to take out Collins. It is a messy round. This is going to be complete and utter chaos as Zinni falls to the hand of Kindo. Kinky good only for 1, and it's a 2-on-1 as Vladan needs to be the hero of Partizan.
Oh, well, so far so good. Executor was dropped to half health. Not that it mattered with the headshot. And look at that downrange. Okay, he knows where his last victim is going to be. And he's got the bomb on his back. Vladan will fire back onto the A-bomb site. Plant default. He could go anywhere inside the site. Oh, yeah. He could even go to apps.
But he doesn't know
looks like where he's going to go.
Exactly where Texi is. He still expects him somewhere towards mid. But with the time he has to position, he can use that to his advantage. If he plays well enough, I think he heard a step as Texi took that diffuse kit. He has a smoke and a flash to use, so that could be very good. But Vladan has an HE grenade, and now we're coming into the mind games. As HE falls, that's going to soften up Texi a bit more as Vladan's going to clutch the round for Partizan. It's only going to be a minimal lead for the team that had a 6-0 lead at the start.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket Aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Only 2 rounds between these two sides as Partizan managed to come close. Will they complete the comeback at the beginning of the second half, or will Rush B run away once more? That's the question we're looking for the answer to. As Partizan got a few good rounds after choking a few important ones at the beginning of this map. Maybe they found their footing. The second pistol is going to give us at least some of the answers.
And just as Partizan started off a bit slow on their pistol, so too will Rush B. Taking a moment to consider the angles. Decent amount of utility on Kinky and Kiro. Smoke Molly on the Opper for Rush B. That'll be useful as they lean towards the B-bomb site, where there is a bit of a stack. 3 members of Partizan awaiting the execute. The other 2 are very far. Oh, no.
Oh, that's a Bosch smoke, and Collins has one of his, so he can maybe halt this attack or maybe make it just a bit more difficult for the side of Rush B as the dualies are firing away. Collins and Emmy taking 2 more, and it's only Zinni remaining. He found 2 frags, but a lot more left to go if he wants to take this round. Emmy needs to be careful because the rotates didn't come in so far. That's why he's beginning to play passively, but he heard Zinni's footsteps. The run and gun is going to take out the captain of Partizan. And now let's see what Zinni can do. He needs to take the bomb, but he might actually have a chance to isolate these duels, and that's what's very dangerous at the moment. The dualies on both players are firing off and finally finding the head of Zinni.
Zinni made it competitive there. That was a 1-on-4. He got it down to a 1-on-2, and the dualies are not great at range. Everybody kind of hoops on them when they come out at that point. You know, there's a lot of negative talk about the dualies. If you ever need to retake with them, it can be dangerous. Yeah. And that's exactly the situation that Partisan found themselves in. But as we see here, Zinni cracks off a shot in Ruins, comes back around. Vladen has to put him down. Dangerous stuff, but hey, Partisan will take that. Rush B not going to invest in a force buy. That's what Partisan did in their second round after being bested by Rush B.
Yeah, even without the
if Rush B end up falling here, it's no real big problem. Just looking for some damage. It's not really going to happen. Good utility usage. Kindo's got to fall back with only 4 points of health. Dragon should finish the job here. Oh, actually, Executor does do a little bit of damage, but really nothing else to report. Bog standard here. Partisan tie us up.
Yeah, pretty to look at were those frags. Maybe they wanted a little bit too much, and that's why they lost a gun. But in the end, it was, I think, just an MP9, so not a big reinvest for the side of Partisan, as Rush B are going to have a full buy coming into this one. Of course, always when you don't get the bomb plant, you know that your buy is not going to be perfect, though not bad. When we check the buy on the side of Rush B, only one Galil had to be invested in, and enough utility definitely to work with, as Texi is going to get protected by that smoke. An HE grenade, just do some chip damage onto Collins.
Every time you play Inferno, huge storyline is how good is your banana control? How good are your utility? What's your protocol? What's your game plan? Collins is going to continue holding half wall, but worth pointing out so far that Rush B seemed pretty quick to take forward control of banana, and they were conditioning Partisan again and again with Executor going all the way down on the CT side to that start point, T-steps. So far, Partisan are not going to subscribe to that game plan, but Rush B are slowly pushing in.
Yeah, not enough confidence, not enough information to try and let a player go so deep, as Collins is completely blind. His smoke is not going to do absolutely anything. Emmy with an MP9 takes down one, and Collins already on site. He's there to protect the B-bomb site, but only good for one kill. It's a 3-on-3 as the rotates are coming in, and Dragon narrowly missing that frag. Zinni only on 17 HP. The bomb is down. Let's see if the boys from Belgrade can actually try and get this retake, but his Executor takes down Vladan. It's becoming to be mission impossible for the side of Partisan. Only Kindo remains. And now he's between a rock and a hard place. No way, actually, of even saving his gun at this point.
Yeah, not gonna happen. I love the discipline from Texi as well to remain on that back box under dark. And as Kindo gets headshot from CT spawn, Executor took out Vlad in much the same way. So well played from Rush B. And that's, I think, something that Partisan are going to need to identify very early on. Obviously, they did tie us up after converting their pistol win into a 2-round lead, or a 2-round start. But the problem here is that they didn't really condition Rush B to avoid banana at all. Their initial utility volley, not nearly enough to put damage down, to, if you're lucky, claim a member of the T side before anything can happen. They're going to need to be better about that, and that requires them to manage their money properly.
Oh, Emmy taking down a 57 HP and then taken down through the smoke by Texi. And this play is what we saw from Texi in the previous round as well, just going behind the smoke, and this time it paid off. Can't even Collins get that rifle that could be useful for his team, for him as well, individually, as now the defense is spread thin, and wherever Rush B go, they have an advantageous position, even with good utility usage. Partisan now can't really get their bearings. They're going to have to go for a risky play with both players rotating off that bomb site. Will Rush B fall into this trap? That's the question right now.
Yeah, bomb leaning towards A, and that's exactly where Partisan are bunkering down. Some token utility being thrown to clear the top of banana. So Rush B will eventually find out what's going on as they're trying to sell the rotation over, but there's nobody there to radio the info. Instead, it will be an A hit. Little do they know, everybody from Partisan is here. Zinni, he sees Vlad and he's gonna get gotten the better of him. At the very least, Kiro trades back, but they have no idea there's still 3 members here.
Yeah, but enough time to get to the B-bomb site now that they have all the information needed. As Kiro is gonna disengage as well. Partisan just going to be happy with the 3 M4s they will be saving. As I said, no problem for the rotate. When you have 20-something seconds left, you can plant the bomb on time, as that's going to happen for the side of Rush B. They're going to double their advantage once more.
Yeah, doing all right on the side of Rush B's T side. There wasn't exactly a rush down to the wire, but they do make it to the B site. Almost shades of Na'Vi with how they ran the clock down there, but it was necessary. They figure out exactly where the stack is. Partisan keeping things tricky. Good rotations from them. Genuinely could have been a 1 round. Maybe that's even why Vladen ends up selling himself there to Kiro. Because if the other 2 Ts on Rush B don't end up egressing towards the B bomb site, then they're thinking, oh, we can pounce. We just traded. We can go for it. Wasn't the case. So that'll be a 9th round for Rush B. The Gambit doesn't pay off, but keeps them tricky, keeps them guessing on the T side.
Good idea, but Rush B was 1 step ahead with sending 2 players towards the B-bomb site. And we talked about this multiple times over. When you're in such a situation as the Ts have a man advantage and there's not a lot of time left on the clock, always a good idea to send 1 or 2 players towards one part of the map to scout out what's going on. Because you can always count, especially like a map like Inferno, you know that the CTs, when they're in a disadvantageous position, they're gonna try and risk towards one site.
It was a risk. It didn't quite pay off. As we get a little bit deeper into the second half, we are going to have to see whether Partisan close the distance that Rush B is putting between them. It's much closer than it was to start things off. You're seeing the replay from the early stages of this game.
Can
Rush B,
can we skip this round in the replays, please? It hurts to watch.
It hurts to watch again. Your boys from Belgrade.
Oh, yeah.
Got such an advantage in some of these rounds too, you know?
Yeah. Might still be kicking themselves at the end of this match about what happened there. 2-round lead for the side of Rush B. Partisan.
You know, it's kind of funny too, if you think about it, Yuba. If Partisan end up clutching this one out and winning,
oh yeah,
they're going to think to themselves, you know, this could have been so much easier. we could have done this a much better early start. But you know what? They play for the experience, I guess. Not exactly paid by the round, but they'll take it. A little bit of a slow-mo replay from Vladen there as he accidentally gets a kill on the board. Yeah, I think a lot of the Partisan members have had a quiet game, but they're slowly warming up, and that's the key detail.
Yeah, they're taking their sweet time doing so, but they're finding their footing on Inferno. A universally, I think, hated map on, especially in this region, I would say globally for a lot of people. This version of Inferno just isn't cutting it so far. After this best of 1, we're going to have one more. Passion UA versus Na'Vi Jr. That's going to be a match and a half, if I do say so myself. As these 2 teams really have high ambitions coming into this competition. During the entirety of the day, we're looking at the 1-0 bracket, witnessing the teams heading into those qualification matches. ENCE and Fnatic already booked their ticket in those best of 3s.
Still plenty of Counter-Strike to be played today. This best of 1 and 1 more coming up. We'll go to a break for a brief period of time as we wait for a webcam to be fixed up, and we'll be all set on the board after.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Thanks for sticking with us. After a short commercial break, we're still in the middle of the technical pause, hopefully to be fixed soon. Luba and Pronogo here to talk with you throughout this technical pause and, of course, throughout this day. Beautiful day of Counter-Strike as we're witnessing the winners bracket matches in the second round of Swiss stage of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague.
Yeah, one of the fun things about being an American casting European tournaments, especially during the summer, is that after the Counter-Strike is done, I get to go out and enjoy the blissful experience of staring into the sun for a bit. So, you know, the weather has been nice, and I know it's only going to get nicer, especially in a place like Prague, where these teams want to qualify for, once we hit that juicy Q3 of this year. It's going to be a fun time for sure. And realistically speaking, I mean, one of the things we keep hearing in those interviews, a lot of these teams haven't been to a LAN yet, haven't been to a LAN in a while. Maybe some of these players, it's not even just this year they haven't gone, but maybe ever. It could be the first LAN for some of these underdog teams, some of these upstarts. It means a lot.
Prague in the end of May, beginning of June, probably a very good time. I visited the city a few times, but it was always in November, and it was cold as heck over there. If you're considering coming to the LAN, which we recommend.
Oh, yeah.
You can always count on good beer, good food, and just try not to fall for those exchange scams, as they are aplenty, sadly.
Yeah, that happens more often than you think. Always do your due diligence on the research. But, hey, on the plus side, it's a beautiful place, and it's definitely going to have plenty of nice weather to accompany you. Although I will say, I do take your point. I mean, if it's going to be a winter wherever you live, it's going to be cold weather, why not go travel and see that too, right? In that situation. So even during the wintertime.
Yeah.
No need to worry about that. If you're still in the northern hemisphere, you can enjoy some European snow.
It's going to be quite nice. We got the information from our beautiful production team that the tech pause is figured, so we should be heading back towards the match. 2-round lead for the side of Rush B on Inferno. This is our third best of one for today. Afterwards, we're going to have Passion UA versus Navi Jr. So stick with the broadcast because you're going to see some plenty of good Counter-Strike on your screens. 3 M4s for the side of Partizan. The remaining players only on USPs. Let's see if this tree of rifles can do some damage.
Ooh, forward position from Collins. This could be the start of Partizan's conditioning, and it's good to get right in your opponent's face after a lengthy pause as well. That can be a nice way to reset, to take some initiative. Double swing from the rifles. They clear it. They don't see any information. Collins gets flashed in. He almost had a second one, but it looks like the counter utility was there. Kinky will trade it out, and that's an A1S lost at the bottom of Banana.
I watched the kill feed, and I don't think it was counter utility. I think it was poorly timed CT utility, given that nobody on the side of Rush B actually got the flash assist, unless it was Kinky who threw the flash. He actually got that double kill. A man advantage for Rush B. 2 players on the side of Partizan are on the A-bomb side, but only one with the gun. Though, in case Rush B turned towards the B-bomb side, they would find only one guy and only with the USPS.
Yeah, and he's actually fallen back here, which is kind of interesting. I mean, we could see a similar situation to that gamble Partizan took earlier that gave Rush B their 8th round. So now going to be a potential recipe for a 10th. Knocking on the door, double digits. Not that much here to defend, but Partizan they're going to get wrapped around, and this will be a B finish. Execute will come in, but it's not really necessary as no members of the defense are on the site. And I guess that means that Partizan's pistol players will be hunting for the dropped rifles. Top mid, bottom banana. Ooh. Oh, Vladden spotted out. You can't pick up a weapon if you're dead.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to tuck his tail and run, try to get to that rifle and save it for the next round. As now it's going to be a 3-round lead for the side of Rush B. A convincing round at that, taking out 2 rifles at the beginning, making life easier for the attacking side. Again, managing to bounce off their opponents is the Russian side, as it seemed for a moment that Partizan could start running away with this as they managed to chain up some rounds and get to an even score line just for the moment. Oh, Executor, he knows what's going on, and Emmy's a depth man, but 2 M4s are going to be saved for the CT side. We'll see what they can do in the next round.
I don't want to harp on this particular point too much because, of course, it's always more important to train your fundamentals. But I think Rush B could have gotten a little bit further ahead from their current position had they grabbed that fallen A1S and tossed it up above the roof. Now, they might have just assumed that this was a buy instead of a pistol round, but, you know, a little bit of some saved magic from the previous. But at the same time, that's just one small little sliver that the higher ranked teams are more likely to go for. Nice little tactical advantage by denying the guns from being saved. Nonetheless, 2 A1Ss saved over. It's a 5 rifle buy for the defenders. They will be able to afford pretty much everything they need. 2 defuse kits as well, so retakes certainly a possibility.
Nice angle for Dragon, as he might find a frag here. If Executor peeks him, and it's only a matter of time.
Oh,
but no! Both Vladden and Dragon falling to Executor's AK, and this round is crumbling for the Serbian side. Kindo not managing to find anything through the smoke. And as the T's take control of the A-bomb site, they take control of this round, possibly this match, as they're going to extend their lead to 4.
Change his name, Executor Bulldozer. He knocks down that tower like a wrecking ball. And when you're in the middle of the air, falling down, it's not a long way down, but it still screws with your aim. There was no hope for Dragon to get that kill. Fate had to smile upon him, and instead it kind of laughed. That'll be an opening for Rush B to get their 11th round. And at the very least, Partizan will keep 3 alive here, unless Rush B go for some miraculous hunt, which hasn't really been their style so far. More for exits on the CT side than they have been hunters on the T. And that does allow Partizan to buy back into the next one around these rifles. It will be compromised, of course, but they can try to make something happen there. They're not out of it yet, although the scoreline, it has to be said, it looks grim.
Oh, yeah. Not pretty at all. I mean, just to mention it, we saw the live odds, courtesy of Tipsport just a while now, and the odds are heavily in the favor of Rush B.
Yes.
As 2 rounds separate the Russian side from getting to that 2-0 bracket, Partizan need to think of something. And they need to do it fast if they want to make this, again, a competitive map.
Looking at the screens of the players sometimes reminds me of old school StarCraft 2 pros playing on less than low settings, hacking their config file together. It's such a different look than, you know, you crank up your NVIDIA Vibrance or whatever, and it looks completely different than what we're seeing on our screens. Much more clearer picture. That being said, Rush B using it to their advantage. They're going to push forward. A little bit of util damage. Texi, oh, he somehow still finds that frag. Criminal that Emmy isn't able to get one.
Yeah, very unfortunate for him as Dragon falls as well. It's again a 2-man advantage for Rush B as Collins wants to push through the smoke at a good timing. But look at Kinky. Look at Kinky. This is beautiful as he takes down 2 heads. And all but secures the 12th round for Rush B, and 5 match points are ahead of them.
And listen, Partizan have almost no money. Sure, they're knocking on the doors of max loss, but on CT side, that alone does not afford you a buy. This is absolute disaster here for Partizan. They are going to be facing that 1-1 bracket after all, as Rush B, they are poised to make it into the 2-0 start. And again, best of 3s, they said that they're not necessarily as confident in, but they are dismissing Partizan right now.
Kindo with the unfortunate timing, salt in the wound, and a gaping one at that. on the side of Partizan as they need to chain up 5 rounds to get to overtime, and their buy is not the perfect kind. On the other hand, of course, if we take a look at the amount of money Rush B have, that suggests that even if Partizan start winning rounds in all the next 5 rounds, Rush B are going to have a pretty decent buy coming into them.
Yeah, this is, to quote James Bardolph, hairy ass buy. not ideal. Listen, they do have rifles and they have an op, but the utility is only 1 layer deep.
That is probably the worst quote ever.
Yep, listen.
All right.
He ran out of clay at the end, you know, just like the pyramids.
Possibly.
Something, Stewie 2K.
Oh, so much utility damage as Kindo is brought to 42 HP, and in our eyes, Collins less than 70, trying to tag somebody through the smoke as he finds one miraculously, but still a lot of work left to do for the boys in blue as Emmy is the last line of defense on this B bomb side with 4 kills to his name so far. Not yet decided as to what they want to do, the side of Rush B, though.
Oh, critical. Kindo is actually falling back. Texi will reveal himself. Emmy, he needs to be better than just that 1 kill. The bomb is lurking there, and now it becomes a lot more scary. Well, Kindo will frag, so okay, maybe we're onto something here for Partizan. 2 on 4. Rush B have not much to work with, but look at this. The defenders are moving towards B. I think we're due a bomb plant here. There's 1 player towards Boiler. It's Vladen. He needs to go huge, and Kiro has been playing very well. Spots him out. Bomb revealed. Needs to get that planted ASAP.
Oh, yeah, the rotate is coming in, but the rotate was catastrophic for Partizan as Dragon is struggling to find a frag. Tag down less than 50 HP. Vladen is going to exchange that SMG for an AK. But a 4-on-2 is still doable for the side of Rush B, even more so now that Zinni found a frag. Oh, Kiro gets the trade and a 1v2 to try and clutch this out. Not gonna happen. And this best of 1, not yet over, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Dragon will go Scarper off an AK-47 into the next round. Or no, it's gonna save the AWP. A very impactful choice. Plenty of time with that defuse kit for Vladen. The score 8 for Partizan. 4 rounds separating. There were 5 match points when we started, and Rush B, I mean, they made it pretty close here. Remember that the buy was not ideal for the side of Partizan, but Kindo made it magic happen with the AWP.
Not sure where that ding came from for Kiro. Was that Zinni that dinged him? Because somebody shot him in the face.
I think so. Somebody shot at him right in library there, and then he was essentially toast.
See what's going to happen now, as of course, unsurprisingly so much money in the bank for Rush B. They're rolling in the cash.
They might have buys for the whole rest of the game,
no
even
problem.
if we go to OT, dude. There's so much money on them.
Making noise on top Banana. The control of that part of the map, and Partizan for now without any info to gather. They can't really go for an info play because wherever they go, they don't know where a Russian player is going to be residing.
Yeah. It's been hard for them to find info on the CT side. They haven't been able to push down deep Banana. It's too much of a risk when 1 round is all that separates you from the 1-1 pool. And Dragon, he'd put some damage down range, but damage is not frags. There's still bodies for Rush B to throw at A.
Oh yeah, but 3 players so low, it still could be a potential round for Partizan as Kindo and Vladen are protecting that A bomb site. Vladen might get an easy kill to start things off. That's 2 frags for Partizan, getting an advantage and continuing on with that as they're destroying the attackers, and only 1 remains towards brackets. He's gonna take care of Kindo. And he could throw himself at the opposition given the money that his team has. At least try and take a few more guns away from the opposing side.
That has to be the play here for Texi. So much money on the offensive side that Rush B don't have to worry about losing another player. Texi is actually going to play a little bit conservatively with 15 seconds left on the clock. It looks like he might want to save. And, you know, that's an okay decision as well. You can't really go wrong as Rush B here in this particular spot, but obviously we want to see blood. We want to be entertained gladiator style. Not going to happen this round as Partizan stave off defeat 1 more time. 3 match points remain before we need to start considering extra rounds. And, well, We definitely have some interesting observations from the side of Rush B as they consider their options, tactically speaking.
Yeah, they have the luxury to do so. They can think of how to finish this one off. I think this is their last tactical timeout, though, and it could prove to be troublesome if Partizan starts to bounce back or continues, rather, to do so with 3 rounds left. If they want to get to overtime, not impossible of a task, but still, Rush B is the confident team in this situation. The defense, quite good, but heroic plays can't really attest to much if they don't tie 3 more rounds together.
Yep, indeed, it was the last tack pause that Rush B had. Worth noting as well, despite the HP disadvantage, if Vladden gets overwhelmed there, he's the sole rifler on the A site. All you're left with is an AWP, and you got to rebolt. At that point, you pull out the pistol. See if you can get cheeky with it. But crisis averted. Vladden remains standing tall on that A site. Partizan looking to take us to extra rounds. Rush B, they just want to get to the next stage, get this over and done with.
As soon
Plenty
as
of cash left.
possible, Rush B want to finish this best of 1. If you ask them, this round should be it. Let's see if the B defense is going to get tested now, as Rush B have thrown a few bodies towards the B bomb site. Collins falls. It's only Emmy remaining, and this is not a situation you want to be in when you have only 6 frags. He needs to find 1, but didn't convert that kill. Now he can't even fall back. He needs to fight. Get 1 frag. He will. But the rotates still are yet to come. Will they expect Texi in the Cub B? Dragon is. He's going to take him down. 1-man advantage, but Emmy is dead. And it's a 3-on-3 post-plant situation.
Partizan have plenty to work with here. Oh, but unfortunately, they don't have their Opper anymore. That's an instrumental piece. Kiro can now abandon the flank if he wants to. Dragon trying to lurk through ruins. This is going to be big. It's a 2-man team. Don't have to worry about the AWP coming back for a repeat just yet. They missed the timing. Executor buried deep behind Nubox. I think that's going to be the opportunity as Kiro strikes. And there it is. Executor will finish the job. 13-9. Rush B make it to the 2-0 phase.
Rush B are going to have a chance to go to the top 8. Their next match is going to be a best-of-3, a qualification match, and possibly even we might get to see them in those deciders, as they're going to have 3 opportunities to get to the top 8. This was well played by them, and Partizan are going to be kicking themselves for the chances missed in those first 6 rounds. That, in the end, was the difference maker, even though they managed to bounce back and make it a tie affair at 7-7. Rush B again with tying up loose ends and tying up good rounds. Rush B get the victory, and Partizan are in the 1-1 bracket. Never a good situation, because you know you're playing a best of 1, and sure, if you win, you can go into the qualification matches, but if you lose, you got to win 2 best of 3s in a row to get through.
Yeah, this is a rough spot for the boys from Belgrade to be in, but it is worth pointing out that they still have just a best of 1 separating them from the remaining series they must play. And those can be over quick, but it also allows them to potentially be upset fodder if they end up as the underdogs, which, again, you have to say Rush B, they've exploded onto the scene lately. It's not quite ready for them to take center stage, but they could be surprising us. Partizan, they need to dig a little bit deeper next time. They can't allow Rush B or a team like them to get so far ahead so early.
Yeah, and
our last best of 1 still awaits.
And when it comes to Partizan, they kind of put themselves in a situation where they're playing against a team that we at least saw as an outsider coming into this match, and they had kind of the opportunities to beat them. They had the opportunities to get themselves in a good position in this tournament. Not going to happen, though. 1 more best of 1 is in front of us, and boy, is it going to be a nice one. Navi Jr. facing Passion UA. This is going to be an interesting match, definitely to watch. We're going to go on a short break, and we'll see the last best of 1 for today.
šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Krabeni, thank you so much for coming to the interview. Congrats on your victory against Dynamo Eklot. You played them for a second time in a short period. Was there any different match, any difference in the first match?
No, we just played like always how we play, and yeah, nothing. We didn't change nothing in our game plan.
Yeah, maybe because you had no reason, since your form is looking great right now. What is the reason of your momental peak?
I don't know exactly. We are playing. I think everyone is shooting good individually. Like everyone is playing very good, and that's one reason. The second reason is also because we, as I said before, last month we worked hard. We have good protocols and a lot of good things. So yeah, I think that's why.
Your today's opponent, Patient UA, won pretty easily in their first round. Did you see and study the match?
To be honest, no. We didn't watch them, but I think it's gonna because we don't have too much to watch against them because they played only one game with the new lineup. So like it's a bit. Maybe we're not gonna play that map that they win against Sashi, so we don't have any like preparation or something. So we're just gonna play whatever map is gonna be. We're just gonna play our game. Don't think too much, and yeah.
Yeah, maybe you don't need to since you are a big favorite. Do you consider yourself and a team as maybe one of the best or even the best at the current Tier 2 scene?
Maybe we are still not the best in Tier 2 scene, but we are, I think, one of the best. Like, not for sure the best, but we are like maybe top 5 or something Tier 2 teams. Because we still need to be able to still have this rank, you know, like we need to keep it, you know, like it's already only 1 week, we have it, we are keeping it, but we are winning other games, but we still need to show that we deserve this.
And when it comes to maybe some of your problems, is there anything you're working on right now to fix it or make it even better?
Yeah, we have for sure some problems that we try to fix, like yesterday, and we didn't have, for example, official. We try to fix some mistakes, because for sure we have still some mistakes that we are trying to fix.
Okay, then good luck with the fixing and good luck for the match. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. See you.
Hello, Jack Esmo. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Congrats on your victory against Sashi. It was a pretty one-sided match from your part. Why do you think it was so easy for you?
I mean, we knew what Sashi will do in this game. Also, funny story is we were preparing Anubis for 1 hour for them, but we didn't expect Ancient, and we just did the preparing like for 15 minutes maybe, and that's why like simple strat, simple moves, and that's how it is.
Yeah, it looked like it worked perfectly. You were on a momentum. Are you a team that can snowball the game pretty well?
Sorry, what?
Are you a team who can snowball the game pretty well? Do you feel confident as many rounds you win, it gets better?
Yeah, I think in the BO1 matches like this, it's really important to have a good start. Yeah, and be full focused on basically on the start. Yeah, so while we were focused like first 10 rounds, it was really easy game. Also, the seed was also kind of important for us because we were starting for the city side, and yeah, that's why we did the snowball kind of.
Yeah, when it comes to focus, is it hard to keep focus in these games where you are winning and you can have a little fun, or are you focused still even in these games?
I feel it happening like on the fly, you know, you're just thinking about the round. Like my mindset is thinking about each round of the game. So I'm not thinking about the win, I'm not thinking about the win a tournament or something like this. I'm just thinking about round and how I can win this round. That's why.
Now you are against one of the biggest favorites of the whole tournament, Navi Junior. How familiar are you with this opponent?
I mean, we played against them a couple of times, and it was really hard sometimes. So I hope that we will find a solution to them at these games. At this game, I mean, yeah, and we'll see how it goes.
Is it better for you that you are playing them in best of one because you can snowball again, you can keep on momentum?
Yeah, now I think it's really better for us because our really not we still have not ideal map pool because of the time we were preparing, not a big amount of time. So that's why I think it's a benefit for us that we are playing BO1.
They are one of the biggest favorites of the tournament, as I said, but where do you position yourself, your team? Do you feel like you can be favorites or even dark horses as well?
Yes, exactly. I do not really know dark horses or as like you said, favorites, but I feel like we can show ourselves in a good way as it is, because you know, two guys are really experienced guys, Demke and Voro, and I really like to play with them. Also, TC, really good coach. I really learning a lot from him. So I feel like, and Top is great captain, by the way. I feel like we can show ourselves good for this round.
Okay, love to hear that. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you also.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Na portále Playzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál Playzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The last best of one of today is going to be played by Passion UA and Navi Jr. Of course, both of these sides want to make it to the 2-0 bracket, of which we know 3 teams. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to kind of finish off that quadruple. Of course, Nuba here with PronoGo, and we are ready for all the action that is yet to come.
Yeah, listen, this is an interesting Ukrainian derby here. Of course, there are non-Ukrainians on the side of Navi Jr., but we think about the organization and we think about a lot of the players that have historically come through and are currently on that roster. This means a lot for Navi Jr., who are really struggling, really fighting, I should say, to claim some kind of reputation for themselves. Yeah. Overshadowed by Big Brother for a very long time, of course, but these squads are happy to wear the black and yellow of their organization. Meanwhile, of course, on the side of Passion UA, completely new look squad compared to the Shanghai Major, where they bested Astralis in those RMRs. And now, of course, their countrymen in Bait doing it the same way. It was a funny little narrative point that I plucked out earlier. One of the things that I think is really interesting about this squad is Passion UA got here very comfortably, and Navi Jr. had to work a little bit more in their opening best of one. Whether that says something about this matchup, I'm not sure even who the favorite's going to end up being. I'd say the bookie favorite probably going to be Navi Jr., but Passion UA are a very well-comprised squad. They've got members that we all remember, we all know and love, Waro2K chief among them.
Yeah, absolutely. Passion UA has an interesting roster. Of course, we can see the results and the schedule of today. Lastly, Navi Jr. versus Passion UA, and I'm very excited about Navi Jr. Every time I look at them, they play some very nice Counter-Strike. It's in-your-face Counter-Strike, a lot of confidence coming out from them. And actually, these two sides faced about a month ago, a little more than that. And Navi Jr. got the better of Passion UA in a best of 3, though it was a close tied affair, only on 2 maps, though both maps were quite tight. So that's why I'm excited about this best of 1, because it's probably going to show the best of what these two sides can do. Of course, as we've mentioned when we last casted this team, Navi Jr. on an 11-match winning streak. Previously, of course, winning an event. It was online, of course, so now they want to go to LAN and prove themselves. As you said, Navi are the big dogs, but Navi Jr., of course, really want to show that they are worth to maybe get actually a chance to play Tier 1. Who knows? Maybe one of these boys will represent Navi, given the fact that Navi is in a bit of woes in these past few months, but we'll see what's going to happen with that. Maybe they're going to get picked up by another Tier 1 organization. It is, of course, all left on the future to decide. We're going to go forward to our picks and our bans. Navi not letting Train and Dust 2 be in the pool, while Nuke, Inferno, and Ancient are the bans of Passion UA, and we're going to go back to Mirage to end this day.
Yeah, just like where we started, now here's where we end it. Interesting stuff, too, because I expected either Mirage or Inferno, but most likely Mirage, and it ends up coming true, as Navi Jr. have definitely played that map out in style. But Passion UA, I mean, everybody, not just Passion UA, every Counter-Strike team you've ever seen, they know how to play Mirage. It's been in the pool for 100 years. It's definitely here to stay as well. Keeps getting reinvented as the game itself changes around it. Mirage has mostly stayed the same this past half a decade or so, and as a result, it's still looking pretty sharp as far as the different kinds of things you can do. Pug style, tactical, pretty much any layer that you want. But one thing is for certain, and that's that your aim has to be on point.
Absolutely. You really got to find a way to click heads. We'll be moving on through to the Tipsport odds. That say, of course, that Navi is the favorite. Not, though, a clear favorite, given the fact that Passion UA still has a chance in this match. Though, with the fact that it is going to Mirage, I would give maybe Navi being a more comfortable team on that map. They got a good percentage of the past 3 months, and they've played more Mirage than their opponents for today. So I'm very curious to see how Passion UA is going to look, or if they are going to try an anti-strat Navi Jr., because if they want to win, I would say that an anti-strat is a must.
Yeah, listen, I'm not sure how much time Passion UA and Navi Jr. and these Tier 2 squads actually have to study all of their opponents, because they play so many matches. But that being said, if Passion UA have been able to anti-strat Navi Jr., then they are going to come into here with a tactical layer that Navi Jr., on the other hand, who have played more officials in recent history, they might not be able to. That being said, of course, Waro2K Demka. These are players that are on that Passion UA side that are a little bit more experienced, but also very fresh to this particular lineup. And of course, joining them, a very unexpected addition to the Passion UA side, TC, coach of Complexity. We remember Extra Salt, all those.
Cloud9 for a bit as well with that ATK roster. I mean, a lot of experience comes with him. Of course, during the break, you and I talked about the communication that can be a bit difficult when you're not when you don't speak the language the rest of the team speaks. So you as a coach can't really go into details of how the team is communicated, which is, of course, a big part of how Counter-Strike is played. But nonetheless, he did do a lot during his career that can help these young players evolve and actually get better throughout their time.
Also worth noting, Wara 2K, the op mismatch here is very much in favor of Passion UA. They might be the lower ranked team numerically speaking, but Wara 2K is way more experienced than Semtree for Navi Jr., who we see on our screens now. Interestingly enough, Semtree has appeared on Tier 2 Talk. I might be one of the few people who know that because it doesn't get crazy viewership, but it's a pretty good resource for learning about these squads. Shout out to Dweg one time, as well as Retro, who hosts that podcast. And worth noting that Semtree did seem like he was fairly comfortable speaking in English. Maybe he was a little bit, took some time to warm up, but I would say that overall, if there is communication concerns about, TC not being able to comment Ukrainian because that's not a language he speaks, I think, most of these players are probably able to understand what he says. And at the very least, they can filter it on through with Jacasmo, as we saw in the interview, feeling very comfortable speaking in English.
Yeah, I think I can faintly hear the music, which suggests that we're going to hop right in to this last best of one of today to see who is going to complete that top 4 teams that are 2-0. Of course, the winner of this match is going to get the chance to play that best of 3 that can lead directly into the deciders, or rather the quarterfinals of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague. We're heading underway, and Passion UA is the team starting on the CT side, as Navi Jr. are going to be attacking with 3 Kevlars on their players and a good bit of utility to use so they can attack this B bomb side with 1 player coming from short. This is going to be a split as Quem falls, and this is not a good start for Passion UA. Makaze, first good kill. Only 1 frag for Topa so far, but he wants to continue fragging. 2 for 2. Maybe not good enough for the CT side just yet as Topa falls and Wara 2K follows him to the grave. So does Jacasmo for the first round of Navi Jr.
Yeah, these pistol rounds for Navi Jr. are always so fast, always so quick. You got to watch out, because when they're going to be firing on all cylinders, you are going to see some seriously blazing fast Counter-Strike. I mean, we saw how fast the market take was there. Everybody trained on the possible exits for Passion UA. They got to end up force buying here with 3 SMGs. Notably, only 1 Deagle on the side. The Deagle Scout combo is always so good for the CTs in this position. Narrow miss on that, but they're going to boost up towards ladder room. Interesting stuff. That vent has already been cracked, so will Krebeni expect?
2 players with SMGs. Krebeni takes down only 1, but another explosion towards the B bomb site is going to overwhelm the defense. Only 2 remain as Wara 2K is going to have his head blown off his shoulders. Only Jacasmo now on his feet with that Deagle, hoping maybe to get a frag. He did get that Mac 10, and with the Deagle and the utility, even saving that would not be a bad choice, all things considered.
Drop that Mac 10 right now. Weeb's out. What the hell is that? Get it off my screen. All right, Jacasmo will hold the Deagle out. I think he's going to be able to be good for 1 frag here, but there's a lot of Navi Jr. players around. I love that they're pushing him, even when he's only got a couple of little bits and bobs of utility. SMG, he's going to get 2 very nice Deagle headshots. But at the end of the day, Navi Jr. reigns supreme. They do have a 2-round lead. There's some good damage dealt, of course, at the very end there by the captain. But well, not quite the captain. The second caller, perhaps, Jacasmo, obviously speaking, the representative when we need an interview.
All right, yeah, well said. Hey, you saved yourself in that situation. And it's very fun to watch Navi Jr. play because they're very aggressive. They're so, I don't want to say disrespectful, but you get those vibes when you watch them play. They don't really care what gun you got. They don't really care what you're doing or who you are. They're going to try and run you down more often than not. That proves to be quite useful for them.
Slow take towards the A bomb site right now. Navi Jr. pressing the issue in mid. Are going to exec towards connector, and it's only Deagles to accept them. Demka does have a P250, Waro 2K the same, saving a little bit of cash compared to the heavy hitters. You're kind of expecting to lose a couple of members here from Passion's side, but hopefully,
nice
hopefully
shot.
you can find some value here. Oh, Demka. Okay, well, Kavem gets run down. It doesn't look like Demka's good for more than one. And Topa, the last man alive, he's just going to look for an exit here and there as Navi Jr. cruise to a third.
Yeah, Navi Jr. seems to be having a lot of fun as Topa is only hoping to hold on to this Deagle, maybe take down one attacking player in the process. An explosive start for the T side as Symmetry struggles a little bit, more than a little bit, but takes down Topa in the end. Of course, the aim punch playing its part in this round. Let's see what's going to happen now that the side of Passion UA are actually going to have an active buy and try and tie things once more.
Topa rocking the pink headphones. Goes well with his jersey as well. It's a nice little accent color. He's looking stylish. He might not be fragging out yet, but he's looking stylish. The in-game leader of Passion UA. Doing his best to captain his defenders, but they're only going to afford rifles now. Waro 2K, low utility, but he has his AWP out. This is his time to shine, and Makaze wants to make that a short-lived reign. Flashed off stairs, has to dive back down towards connector, paranoid about the mid flank, but everybody from Navi Jr. is on the site.
Yeah, it's not been 20 seconds on the round, and they already managed to get to the site. The bomb was supposed to get planted, but Demon is dead. Now they're going to plant the bomb with a man disadvantage, a two-man disadvantage now that Demka found Jugs, and not an easy round in store for Navi as one by one they fall, only Symmetry and Makaze remaining. Let's see if they can clutch this out and get another round on the board for their team. Bomb is ticking, but so is the life of all the Navi Junior players. Symmetry takes down one. Let's see if he can do some more. Molly down on the bomb, searching for those aim duels, but now they're going to swarm him, and he didn't stand a chance. Enough time for the bomb to be defused, and it's going to be the first on the board for Passion UA.
Well, they're defusing without a kit, so it will be a little bit tighter than we would like, but it's just fine at the end of the day. And Navi Jr., I mean, at the end of the day, Symmetry was in the clutch position. We've seen Donk do miraculous things, Zywoo do miraculous things. Of course, Symmetry is very far from those names, but still, when you see a T alive and a bomb planted for him, and he's just outside of that A ramp, you start having flashbacks to all the highlights you've seen from that position. Not to be for Navi Jr., but still a very scary situation. You could see how fortuitous some of these frags were. 5-on-5 as the bomb was trying to go down. And again, if Navi Jr. are able to plant that bomb immediately when they take the site, it's a completely different round. It's over and shut. Passion UA don't have enough time, so those kills were compulsory. As Passion UA will have the rifles necessary and the util to be very confident in round 5.
Yeah, Demka, he wants to fight.
Oh, yeah.
Intriguing ready towards top mid. Not going to do a lot. Not going to do anything, rather. It's going to be a bit of a silent round to begin with on the side of Navi Jr., as they did use their utility to take control of mid. Not completely, though, as they're going to have to do it again if they want to control that part of the map. 70 seconds on the clock, a bit less than that, as Passion UA thinking things through and what the opposing side, the T's, are doing at the moment.
Both of the best of ones so far. Makaze has been a little bit slow to warm up, but Symmetry is doing a lot of heavy lifting for Navi Jr. After that last round, Passion UA should be comfortable, especially since they're bleeding the T's utility. Keeping them at an arm's length. Demka the only smoke? No, say that. Waro 2K does have one. Everybody else just one flashbang for their names. And look at that. Demka strikes from ladder room. Such a tricky position to clear. Makaze will go down early. And look at this. This is a shooting gallery.
As one by one, the players on Navi fall. Passion UA ready for their second round on the board. 20 seconds for Symmetry as he's going to get taken out as well. Join his teammates in the grave. And not much did we see from Navi Jr. in this round. They really didn't show a lot, given that, as you said, utility was bled and not a lot of duels were left for them as Passion UA played quite passively.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch Passion UA slowly figure out exactly where their opponents are. Navi Jr. were trying to do exactly the same thing on the offensive side. They just couldn't really make it happen. And now they're back down to pistols. Krabeni's got a deagle, everyone else on the block. Nice and easy round here for Passion UA.
Yeah, seems simple enough. Only that one deeg to use for the side of Navi Jr., though throughout our time casting this tournament, 1 or 2 rounds went into the hands of the teams that actually bought that one soul deagle. Not to be for Navi. It's a tied affair after 6 rounds played. A new buy for the team that started this best of 1 off with a 3-0 lead. Let's see if they can think of something. Maybe a tactical timeout might be of use. Not going to happen yet, as Navi Jr. seem to have something in their strat book they can use against Passion UA. As we said, Navi is coming here as a favorite. Maybe not so clear-cut from what we've seen so far.
Oru2K's got his AWP still, and he's mostly just been there to guarantee round wins. It's been the rifles that have been doing a lot of heavy lifting for Passion UA so far. And look at the utility damage as well. Kavem, he's going to have plenty of action here as Demka fires back towards Palace. This round is basically over. Makaze, the only one to frag, posting 1 so far for Navi Jr. in the round, but it's a 1-on-5. Sail on through. Passion UA take a lead.
Yep, we'll see what they can do.
Got to capitalize upon it, you know. We're talking about a situation where Passion UA, they don't come in as favorites, and this upstart squad, even winning Tier 2 tournaments online, Yala Compass over Ents. A lot to prove, and probably a good amount of, VRS points on the line after getting so many wins in a row. Navi Jr. conversely looking for a 12-match streak if they take this one.
It's a big streak, especially on Tier 2 where everything can happen and upsets are aplenty. We'll see if they can get to that magic number 12 as utility reigns in, but so do they as Demon finds a frag. 1 for 1. Jacasmo still alive, not for long. Quem through the smoke manages to find one. That spray transfer is actually going to hit 2 guys. Ooh. And it's a 2-on-2, an active round still. Not so easy now that Symmetry has fallen. Only Demon remains. He found 3 frags, so he needs an ace, but so little HP to work with means Demka's going to take him down, and it's a 2-round advantage for Passion UA.
I love the confidence from Navi Jr., though. It doesn't equate to a round win, but they get damage. No bomb plant, which kind of sucks for their economy. But if we end up seeing those kills back, I just want to see that power stance that we saw. Yeah, right here, Demon running through, but also worth noting, Makaze egoing the Opper, forcing him back from Ticket. It was a tough ask for them to really make magic happen. AWP recovered by Passion UA as they end up cleaning house. Navi Jr. will talk over their strats. Finally forced out some kind of concession from them. They were content to just keep up the pressure time-wise. Keep on going. Don't let them get comfortable. And now they got to talk things over.
Yeah. They need to think of something now that Passion UA is tying up rounds. Even though the last one was relatively close, the side of Passion UA is the one happier for now. Back on the buy is Navi Jr. Let's see what that's going to give them. Utility usage quite well on both sides, and Woro ready. 1K for now.
Falls back and keeps mobile. This is defensive opping at its best. However, he does get got by Demon. Ready for the pick. They know Topa's still going to be operating on the bomb site. But now, Quem's taken out, and Demka, oh, he's gotten the better of as well. Semtree firing with that sniper. This looks like a Navi Jr. round done and dusted, especially as the CTs take more passive angles.
And it seems like that as Semtree takes down Topa, and finally Navi Jr. with a good idea and absolutely ready for the CT side as Krabeni, easiest frag of his life.
Very confident play from Semtree, the sniper, who I said earlier, Woro2K far outstrips. So far, they've had pretty even impact in the map. Worth noting, though, that the offensive side can sometimes set the pace. You saw Woro open things up, but he maybe got a little bit ahead of himself versus Demon. Jumping from Van is a bold choice when you're not sure it's clear. Just wanted that tempo, wanted that pace. Couldn't control it. Passion UA a one-round lead still. Navi Jr., they've got the weaponry. Sentry still on that sniper. Could be deadly.
See if he is going to be. 11-5 so far. Sentry pretty happy with his individual play, especially as an opera on the T side. Not always easy to find the picks, though I would assume most of his picks were not with the AWP.
That's right. He's been doing well on the rifles. Not something he's known for.
Wire rounds.
Rifling superpower here for Navi Jr. Rather, their superpower is they have so many good riflers on their squad. Passion UA mostly rely on Woro 2K's opping.
Woro was pretty good at times with Passion UA so far, as they found 5 rounds and want to make it a 6th as Demka gets first blood on mid, and now he can even disengage, pull back towards the B bomb site.
Beautiful.
Uncontested and unchallenged. Navi only keeping control of mid, but with that, they can't really do much as Quem is out of the round 4-on-4. Let's see if this explosion towards A can happen. Jacasmo, good timing, great timing to take down Jukes, and now he can reposition. Now he can continue to fight, and fight he will. 3 frags found, and it's only Sentry remaining.
This would be a 1-on-3 for the young sniper. The Savant behind the AWP. He's traded up to an AK already, but I think the timing is not going to favor him still. He finds Demka. Topa is left scratching his head in a 1-on-1, not favored for it. 40 seconds to detonation. Topa has a kit. No util on his person. Might Scarper something off. He's just going to hold the angle. Oh, he just barely controls the spray. The whiff off, favoring the IGL of Passion UA. He recovers that AWP, and this will be a 6th round after all.
Yeah, they're going to get their 6th as Sentry had a good chance to clutch this out and get a tied result for his team. It was very, very close. Not only that aim duel, as you said, a whiff-off between the 2 players. He had a lot of room to work with. Of course, he didn't know that. We're the ones that have the X-ray, but he could have taken a passive post-plant position, and that would have been an easy job to finish things off. Not to be this time, as Passion UA doubled their advantage.
Well, these young aim stars have played so many Mirage games. At this point, it's probably like 500, 1,000. Who knows how long they've been grinding Face It since they were 12, sometimes younger. Nice leg there from Sentry. Not going to be a kill, though. Quem will eventually be taken care of. And a wall bang through his teammate is how he gets through Demka.
Team bang.
Team bang.
No,
don't try
let's
that
not say that ever anymore. Sounds kind of dirty.
Some people like that. Some people are fans.
All right.
Depends on how close you are with your homies. I am thinking at this point, it's not an advantaged position for Navi Jr. Krebeni is going to hold that AWP, Bogdan's Law. Woro 2K still clutches his. It's 17 points of health separating him from the grave. And it's 3 rifles on the side of Passion UA otherwise. I love that they cut noise here. They just let them stew in it, see if they can figure anything out. Navi Jr. have sound tactics, but Krebeni, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders, man. Sniper, bomb, no HP. He's not the first one to make contact. That's another low HP player. Quem, almost taken out of the picture immediately.
This is problematic for Navi Jr., and they've decided to play it quite slow, and that's not their game style, as the bomb is going to go down with 35 seconds left as Sentry is not out of this round just yet, but they need to get to the C4, then they need to get to the bomb site, and all that with a man disadvantage, and both players on less than 20, or rather 30 HP. As Sentry falls, only Jukes remains. And Passion UA players are everywhere. He managed to isolate one duel. That HE grenade could have been better through the smoke, not to it, but Topa is going to take down Jukes for the 7th round of Passion.
Denying the bomb plant as well. We get into 7-5 scoreline here. Navi Jr., that seems to be what's likely to happen. But The eco is still there for some kind of buy. And Navi Jr., they've been keeping it pretty brawly so far. Look at this from Semtree. Right through his own teammate's head.
That
Down in
hurts.
front. Duck next time. I'll be making quacking sounds for a little bit. And yeah, this is the last round of the half. Makazi dueling in connector. I'm not taking the bait just yet. It's all 5 from Navi Jr. funneling through mid.
Yeah, they went back to
Demka's
pace.
been forced back. He's not watching this.
To take back control of mid. Good HG on Demka and Topa. That's going to make things a bit less easy for them to guard a site, and Jacasmo needs to go back as he's on T-spawn to try and guard the A-bomb site. Only Quem remains, and he needs to pull back to CT. We can see that going on, but Topa is going to fall, and now things are starting to crumble for the defense. Jacasmo needs to pick his timing, but he's losing teammates left and right. Bomb is planted, and Jacasmo yet to reveal himself. Let's see if that big reveal is going to get something out for his team. He's going to get one. And with Makaze low, this is still an active round for Passion UA, but they need to make their way towards the bomb site to actually fight for this round as the bomb is ticking down, less than half to go. They're pushing towards the site. 1 from 1, not enough. 1, 2, 3, and they all fall. It's a minimal advantage for Passion UA at the half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Only one half of Counter-Strike Gaming left to go for this day as Passion UA have 2 rounds as an advantage coming into the second half against a favored Navi Jr. One thing to note, after this match is over, there will be seedings for the next round, just so you know, so stick with it if you want to know what your favorite team in this competition is going to do in the future. Passion UA starting, or rather continuing on the T side as the sides have switched and focusing on the A-bomb side, which is heavily guarded. Look at this.
I don't know if I like this for Passion UA, but Jukes is going to try to sell it. Demon can try to flank over, but he doesn't have equipment to deal with the long-range angle. Quem's only seen 1, but I think in the depth cam, he's going to see plenty more. It's War2K. Oh, he's going to get run down. Jacasmo just runs out of bullets. Can't finish the job. Jukes versus Topa is the next little highlight, and it goes the way of the IGL. Passion UA finding value.
Oh yeah, but the fighting continues. They're not letting their foot off the gas as still the CTs want to fight it. Topa jumps, not hitting anything. It's going to be the 6th round for Navi Jr., but that was close.
And chaotic, man. Navi Jr. have some funny game plans that really end up making things interesting. They weren't full cleared. Of course, nobody's going to buy a Molly on round 1 on Mirage.
Imagine if they had.
Well, maybe now, if somebody watches this, they might expect that play going forward. We talked about whether Passion UA have anti-stratted him. Rabeni, moving shot right into it, sends War2K sailing off. Very nice impact. Quick rotations from Demon as well. Help things out. No bomb plant? No buy. War2K's got a Deagle. That's about it.
Let's see if that Deagle can deal some damage. The hand cannon trying to do something in this round. At least take out a gun or 2. That would be helpful for the side of Passion. Navi made it a 1-round affair. as these two teams have been neck and neck so far. A much contested match, a much more contested match than the bookmakers suggested, as Na'Vi are actually coming in off the back of 5 consecutive wins on Mirage.
Oh, yeah.
You can see them as favorites. 11 consecutive matches won, as well as Krebeni is going to get taken out, but Makaze is there for the trade. He wants more, and he's going to get more, with Semtry helping as well. A cleanup on mid, even though they lost a gun. Gun or two, rather. I think they're going to be able to pick up both rifles.
Should be. You see Waro 2K vibing, enjoying that mid-match music, you know, the mid-round ones. Maybe he's got himself a cool music kit. You never know. I do want to see what Topa's style for calling is going to end up looking like into this Na'Vi Junior squad, because they got a little bit of damage. This is the sort of mini objective you're working with when you're only on pistols. The Deagle, definitely worth its weight here, as it takes away 2 guns from the other side. They will recover the rifles. FAMASA's bought around them. Still an expense, though.
Oh, this is going to be a fast one. Push towards B, but Makaze's ready. Demon still yet to reveal himself, and this is not going to be easy for Passion UA, as they're going to get slaughtered in their attempt to get to the B bomb site. Only Topa and Waro remaining, and they're next on the chopping block, I would say. Good angle for Semtry, but that smoke is just a little bit higher than he would have liked. As Topa is waiting for somebody to make a mistake, almost catching Semtry off guard. Demon on the open gets 1 frag, and it's only Waro left standing on 50 HP, just waiting to die as they're making a circle, a noose around him.
You know, most of the frags in this round were done by FAMASA's. A rare time that the French rifle finds some impact. Waro 2K now down to minimal HP. He's going to get run down by Krebeni. And that will be a wrap. 2 members go down, but hey, they can buy around this. AK-47's equipped. You keep 3 alive, that's the minimum requirement to start chaining together CT rounds with good economy. Na'Vi Junior know that better than plenty of other teams.
Exactly. They know how this game is played, and Waro, well, congrats to him. He went down fighting, trying to do as much damage as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Jacasma with the hero AK. They're going to have something to fight with in this round alongside those Deagles. A few pieces of utility as well. Let's see if Na'Vi can get ready fast enough to try and stop that, as Dracasmo takes down Semtry. Droogs might be between a rock and a hard place as they're swarming him right now. The rotations are coming in as he finds 1. Good damage done on Quem as well. Droogs turns completely blind, but so are the T's, and somehow still alive. Manages to find 1 more frag, and there's the cavalry running down the opposition, as Na'Vi Junior getting their 9th round.
And still denying every chance at a bomb plant that Passion UA can possibly foment. Topa's going to need to dig deep here. He needs to get a little bit more string to pull this rope together. He's going to be facing that 1-1, 1-win, 1-loss scoreline in the tournament so far otherwise, and we'll see if we can rally the troops. Waro 2K seems to have some opinions. He's sharing.
A lot of experience.
Well-regarded secondary caller for the squad. Used to IGL them, in fact, way back then.
See what he has to say, and we'll see if this round can be a little bit more fortuitous for the side of Passion UA, as Na'Vi Junior have only been on the rise since the teams changed sides 4 in a row in the second half. As Makaze might get contested, he's going to have to worry about his timing. Waro seems to be ready, as he's just holding ladder room. He's not going to make any more steps towards that part of the map. Smoke falls, and Waro has, of course, the decision of whether or not he wants to either stay here or reposition, as Passion UA have control of mid.
Yeah, it's kind of a wash as to who's got better map control at the top of mid right now. It could change at any moment, though. Fence riding. Knife fight could break out. Demka, he'll get the better of... No, Jugs will drop him. And now it's Topa on the chopping block, but somehow he fires back. Makaze needs to do a little bit better. Demon as well, holding from the A ramp. Makes it a lot trickier to cross, especially with Semtree's op. He's kind of awkward right now, jumping around, but Makazi falls jungle, and suddenly this round is doable.
Yep, not easy now for Navi Jr. as both players have their positions shown so far. Semtree needs to come closer. They need to win this 2-on-2. Good flash to take Quem out of position. Now Semtree knows where he is, as Demon is going to lose his aim duel. Only Semtree remains, and with an op is one and done. One round, again, is what is between these two sides.
I love when I see good Counter-Strike being played on both sides in those kinds of retakes. That can be the most exciting area to play around. And you saw the flashbang is so good, giving Semtree more space to take, aiming towards jungle. Great play from Demon to allow that. He doesn't win his heads-up duel, but you can see what was being set up there. Great reactions, the timing, the spacing. Passion UA end up trading it out, and it's a round win for them. But the Warrior2K pick doesn't foment. They are going to need to think about how else to get the advantage. And Kazmo, he might get run down by Krabeni. It is the case. Top mid now belongs to Navi Jr., but they'll just scarp her off and enjoy the man up.
A bit of a Pyrrhic victory last round for Passion UA as they enter this one with 2 Galils and a few pieces of utility missing. Starting it off with a man dead isn't going to help them much.
That's despite a bomb plant too, you. But if you think about it, they really had everything go right that they could have, but they end up losing every player except for one. So reinvestment is very costly, and this re-aggression into Palace this time, Navi Jr., they're going to basically confirm that the other parts of the map are where they need to be allocating resources. And we've seen so many CTs be crafty in ladder room today, not just in this match, but also Fnatic Cubics. Plenty of Deagle shots as well.
Oh, yeah.
Symmetry is going to be tested here as he drops down, not making contact with the ladder. Noise will have been heard, but he doesn't spot anybody short. It's a connector play.
Passion UA just taking their time and taking the head off of Jugs. Now Semtree needs to come alive, but he's going to miss his shots as the attack is about to proceed towards the A-bomb site. Only one guy can do anything regarding that, and it's Krabeni, who doesn't yet want to show his position. The retake is coming in, even though the bomb is yet to be planted. 20 seconds left on the clock. Woro takes down Semtree, completely blind is Krabeni, and Passion playing this perfectly. Kaze is finally going to challenge Warrior2K, but nothing more than that is Navi Jr. going to get, and it's going to be a tied game once more.
Yeah, we're still kicking. We're still figuring out if Passion UA are going to break the streak of Navi Jr. Of course, people can cite the fact that it's a best of one and say maybe the series streak is still ongoing, but Passion UA have played a very nice game so far. Topa's definitely figured out some angles to approach. Warrior2K common in his ideas, going for those early boosts, trying to snap off a couple of defenders in the early stages of the game. Even when they're a man down, they're still able to make stuff happen. IGL does unfortunately fall to the bomb. A lot of teams are still taking a very long time to figure out that they need to go a little bit further away from the bomb now. Hard, I guess old habits die hard, that kind of thing. But that's a change that I think is definitely going to make the game a bit more exit frag heavy as people really start to figure it out and play around it.
Oh yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to see, of course, in the future. Always interesting to watch how Counter-Strike is evolving, and mind-bending plays from 2014 are just regular today.
Oh yes.
Something you have to do, otherwise you're basically trolling. Kaze opens up this round with a frag, but a lot more work left to do as it's the only rifle available for his side.
Oh, no.
Whiffs his shots. Does damage, but doesn't find the frag, and it's a 4-on-4, but only pistols remain on the side of Navi Jr. Now Passion UA can strike towards that B-bomb site.
And they know where 2 out of 3 defenders are. Oh, somehow Demon trading with Quem. I think they've sniffed this out. They're going to go to the other bomb site. Krabeni's flank will definitely guarantee him a frag, but Woro stayed around, and he's going to clean house. Well, an A4 for Krabeni isn't bad for the next round, but it's almost certainly going to go the way of Passion UA. 10th round for them. They'll start leading from the front again.
Oh yeah, Passion UA still alive and kicking in this best of one. We said that they are slight underdogs in this match, given the 5 Mirage streak for Navi Jr. and an 11 win streak in total for them. Seems like it could be under threat in this match as Woro completes his 4K.
No guns saved over for the next round. Navi Jr. will have to invest every penny into this next buy if they want a chance at equalizing, going to their own double digits. So they'll take attack, think about their options. That should be second to last for Navi Jr. Passion UA have retained all of theirs, so that's an interesting little idea to remember, because sometimes teams will face some dire straits and still not draw upon their tactical pauses. It's an interesting little characterization of each team. Each team's team color is a little bit different, you know?
Yeah. Always fun to watch those mind games and see what's going to happen. One timeout left for the side of Navi Jr. as now they seem to be struggling a little bit. As you said, they need to invest all the cash, and I don't think they really have all the cash necessary. They were on around 4,300 per player, so you can see a few pieces of utility missing. You can see them not having the op. They would probably like to have the op on Semtree, given that he's having a pretty good game, especially given the fact that he's fragging out quite well. But they are facing a heavy challenge given by Passion UA.
It'll be all rifles, limited utility, and that's really the big compromise here. Semtree, who has been playing so well for Navi Jr., has not been able to post up with the AWP on the defensive side. Scrappy rounds, scrappy style. This is something we talked about with Rush B as well. Kiro on that side very rarely is able to field the sniper rifle. Despite being the team's op, he mostly gets a lot of his kills with rifles as just a second-order consequence of their more puggy style on a lot of maps. And Navi Jr. seemed much the same way on Mirage. Krebeni has a lot of pressure on his shoulders as the exec comes out on B.
Oh yeah, he's going to have a lot of work to do as the rotate comes in from short, but is it fast enough? Krebeni in your face! But he only manages to find one frag. He falls and so does Makaze. This is not easy for Navi, and do they even consider the retake? The answer is no, especially now when Jukes is dead and Semtree is falling, as well as Demka finishes off the side of Navi Jr. And this seems to be a Passion UA match if I've ever seen one. 2-round advantage is not that consequential as the fact that Navi doesn't have a lot of money and they're going to have to pray to do something with the pistols in hopes of stopping the side of Passion to getting to 12 rounds.
Yeah, listen, at this point, I know we got a lot of fans of Navi Jr. in the chat. I know that there's a lot of people watching them eagerly, wondering when that streak will end. It looks pretty good to end right here, right now, Yuba. I'm looking at this thinking, what kind of buy are you going to be able to make? The answer is not much. A very light investment here. Armor on 3 players, upgraded pistols on everybody. Unless something miraculous happens, which does start off well with Krebeni, we're looking at Passion UA scoring 12. And Navi Jr. barely having a buy to make something happen with. But it started off the right way. Passion UA, down a man.
Krebeni gets an AK for his trouble. And for a moment, I thought that he's probably going to try and face Palace. Not yet, as Demka is still waiting to get ahead in his crosshairs. This could be an opportunity to do absolutely that. And he's finding only one. Makaze finishes off Woro, and this is starting to become a messy round as Navi Jr. had a short-lived 2-man advantage. Now it's a 2-on-2, and Jacasmo wants to finish this off. Only Krebeni remains, but look at his HP. He can't really fight, and Topa can't get to the A side. He needs to go to B and plant that bomb, but that's not too important right now, as Krebeni doesn't even know what the heck is going on.
I love that he's going straight to B. He can isolate this into a 1-on-1. No kid, of course. That wasn't part of the investment.
Oh, wait. Just a little bit. Nade in hand. Krebeni now knows what's going on. The other T player is all the way towards the A bomb site, but just missed him. And Krebeni saw him. This could be a magical round for him. The rotate is going to come very slowly, and he can finish off this defuse. There's no way to stop him. Jacasmo's trying to do everything. Best movement he's got. Not going to hit the jump. It's going to be a 10th round for Navi Jr. Stolen round by Krebeni.
Yeah, stolen highway robbery, denying match point. Caster curse in full effect here. Krebeni says, no, my team will not go quietly into that good night. We are going to score double digits. It's still going to be rough. Their money still not great. I love the double take. I swear he was right here. And then finds him. Magical moment there from Krebeni. No way he clutches that out in 99 universes out of 100, but apparently Doctor Strange had a different idea. Last tack spent. Here we go.
Tactical pause for Na'Vi. Last, as you said. You always want to call a tack pause after such a round, a high impact, high adrenaline round to kind of cool things off and talk with the players. Still a lot of work to do for Na'Vi Jr. if they actually want to win this match, but now things are so much easier that Passion UA is not on 12.
Yeah, a breath of much needed relief for Na'Vi Jr. And they break out the sniper on Semtry. This really has some significant impacts here. Krebeni gets his 20th frag in order to secure that kill, so he's doing pretty well for himself. Love to see it. Now Demon's pushing up. Quem's ready for it. Clotheslined. That's a man advantage for Passion UA, one that Na'Vi Jr. can ill afford.
Yep. They couldn't let that happen, not so easily, not so soon from the start of this round.
No info either. He doesn't know that there's how many players there might be behind that push. It's just one player, so he'll take a nice little rest there up against the window. At least it's a scenic view for him in his final moments.
So much room to cover now for Na'Vi Jr. with the player in disadvantage. And Passion UA hold all the cards as 55 seconds is left on the clock. They're about to pounce toward the B-bomb site, but the read is good. 2 players there. There's still a chance for Krebeni and his teammate to do something, but he gets taken out, and so does Semtry. Makaze with the answer, but the answer is not going to do much, as the bomb is going to get planted, and Passion UA holding firm and finally with a chance. And a good one at that to get to round number 12, as Na'Vi Jr. is not going to commit to this round.
Yep. It's over and done with. Passion UA are going to be on map point for our final best of 1 of the winners matches here. Round 2 of the Swiss stage. Passion UA upsetting, even if it's a marginal upset. They use their veteran experience. They obviously have their firepower working well for them. Jacasmo's been on fire. And a quiet game out of Waro 2K, but he still had impact when he's managed to land frags. So, plus, of course, can't talk about this round that just occurred without talking about Quem getting 3 frags, including that initial pick to Demon. Pressure getting to Na'Vi Jr. a little bit here, and, well, 2 match points for Passion UA. They can convert here and now. It'll be nice and early. So far, the scorelines have been 13-10, 13-9, 13-9. So we get a nice little bit of symmetry here if Passion UA convert right here, right now. But Na'Vi Jr., they want to buck the trend.
We'll see if they got what it takes. The buy is not the best, but they have an op. They have an AK, an M4, and 2 FAMASs. See if those French rifles can do some damage alongside with the other ones they have at their disposal. Passion UA want to finish this here and now as Waro 2K misses his shot. Not hitting the other one as well, as they're going to get tagged up by that nade just a little bit, and so is Demka. Along with Jacasmo. Damage all around on the side of Passion, but still battle ready is the full stack.
Na'Vi Jr. aren't going quietly just yet, but Passion UA, they definitely have the equipment advantage. Pushing on through, the crossfire starts to fall back, but Makaze gets a very impactful frag. That's Jacasmo out, the star rifler for Passion UA so far. Taken out of the picture.
That's going to make things a little bit more easy as 60 seconds is on the clock. Passion UA need to think of something if they want to end this match right here and now. Rotates are coming in from Na'Vi as they want to cover the B-bomb side as well as the A1. Passion still holding mid and just thinking things through. Waiting for a mistake, and a mistake they found as Waro takes care of Krebeni. Semtry good for the trade as Jugs gets a jump scare from Demka. Good flash, and Demka needs to reposition.
Ooh, that's impact from Waro 2K. Drop down so low, but Jugs falling elsewhere means that this is all onto Makaze, and maybe more importantly, Semtry. who's backed in a corner on the A site with the AWP. Makaze trying to make the rotates happen, but that's a whiff that Sentry could not afford. And in a 1-on-3, the star rifler from Kosovo, Makaze needs to do it all, and he's struggling in the murder hole. He's going to come on through. It's not going to be enough. Fashion UA complete the minor upset, and that will end the streak of Navi Jr.
Fashion UA going to the 2-0 bracket, and Navi Jr. is going to be in the 1-1. But as you said, more importantly, possibly, the fact that Navi's streak is over. There were best of ones and best of threes in that streak, but that is over, both on Mirage and in total, as Fashion UA are the victors of this match. And we expected that there could be a close-fought affair, but Navi just couldn't get their bearings on Mirage. Not enough, at least, as Passion UA were the ones that were in the driver's seat for most of this. Of course, as we mentioned previously, soon we're going to get, of course, the draw for the next round, and that's something we're anticipating and hoping that it's going to bring us more action in the upcoming game days.
I mean, how can you not have more action with the likes of Fnatic and now Passion UA, of course, entering into that uppermost echelon of this part of the tournament? And I do think that at least we'll know some of the answers that we have here from the production. But first, we can take a quick look at the schedule as it's been so far. How did today wrap up? Who is going to the 1-1? Who is going to the 2-0? That's really the question on everybody's minds as we wait for that Swiss seeding to come through. And here it was today. The events going through. Rush B, not really an upset as it turned out over Partisan, but Fnatic, ENCE, Navi Jr. Well, Navi Jr. actually fine. The only one on the left side of the scoreboard not able to post it up, right? So it'll be Passion UA to join those aforementioned squads, with Navi Jr. falling to the 1-1 bracket.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for them. They're going to have to play one more best of one if they want to get a chance to fight in that qualification match. Though I'm not worried about Navi Jr., as we've mentioned in day number 1 of this competition. It is kind of the situation where they are expected not only to get to the deciders, but quite possibly to get to Prague. I mean, the competition is fierce, but at the end of the day, Navi Jr. kind of came into this tournament as one of the favorites to at least get to the top 4, which is in and of itself pretty good achievement. And we got the draw, as the production team told us just a moment ago. It is only going to be a partial draw. We're not yet going to figure out who will be in those 1-1 matches, but we know who will be in the qualification matches, and that one is an absolute banger. It's going to be ENCE versus Fnatic, Crims versus Glaive. We're going to see who's going to come on top of that. Rush B versus Passion UA, and we also have the draw for the elimination matches, as Imperial Valkyries are going to face against Nine and Nexus against Cybershock.
I don't want to mince words here, right? Nine are probably counting their lucky stars that this is the draw that they get, but they can't overlook the Valkyries.
Yeah.
They do a lot better on land, so it seems, but the Valkyries have definitely struggled online, and we see that reflected in the score lines. A 13-5 loss to 500, 13-3 to Dynamo Eclat, who are now off into that 1-1 bracket after today's results. And maybe they'll end up facing each other, who knows? But yeah, as of right now, Nine are going to be happy with that. Cybershock versus Nexus is hard to call. We saw earlier that Cybershock are playing reasonable Counter-Strike. Nexus, they may have flown under the radar a little bit. They were dropped by Partisan earlier for them to get this far. Now it seems like maybe their fates are going to be sealed by none other than Cybershock themselves. I don't know that for sure. That one looks like it'll be a contested matchup, especially that it is a best of 3. But those winner matches, you were right. They look juicy.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be very fun to watch. And, of course, the ones that win it, don't forget, are still not safe, because whoever goes through the Swiss stage actually needs to go through the deciders as well. We call it, of course, the quarterfinals, which kind of it is, but they need to go through the deciders to get the land. So even if you go 3-0, the unforgiving part of the format of this tournament is even if you go 3-0, you're still not safe. You can still fall against a maybe difficult opponent that maybe struggled during the Swiss stage, kind of choked up in the best of ones and had to prove themselves in the best of 3s. So anything can happen. And at the end of the day, maybe even the 4 teams we have in the 2-0 bracket aren't going to be the 4 teams that we get on land.
Yeah, that absolutely could be the case. And it's also worth noting we've seen plenty of Swiss stages where some team goes down 0-2 and they come back in series play to make it into the next phase of competition. So anything can happen still. No team is out of the tournament entirely. We will find some answers in a few days' time. This will be the end of the consecutive days so far, but Tipsport Conquest of Prague does indeed continue, and I can't wait to see what's around the corner.
It continues on Monday, and Monday is going to be a fun day to watch some Counter-Strike. Good Counter-Strike is ahead of us. For this week, everything is over. We know who will be fighting in those promotion and elimination best-of-3 matches, and for now, that's all the information we need. Of course, on Playzone social media, you're going to find all the necessary information. If, of course, you support maybe the 1-1 teams, you're going to get a chance to find out who they will be facing in their upcoming best-of-1s. For now, this is it from us. We'll see you on Monday, and have a good night.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket Aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.